Always a loyal member of any party. Yes, people will say he has left this party, he has left this party, he has left this party. One day, those who are close to me will tell the story of how I left all those parties. The truth is that every party I've left, I've been pushed to leave. This morning, somebody asked me a question about something. I said, I don't stay where there's a problem. I've never knowingly, whether it's in private or in public, quarrel with people. I don't stay. I would rather be the loser and be called a coward and go out of it in peace than stay where there's quarrel. So if people tomorrow say, we don't want you here, I'll move on. That is not weakness. It is a virtue. Just like people will say it's simple, it is a virtue. People will say it's special, it's a virtue. You must be able to do things where you tolerate others, and if they don't want you, don't quarrel with them. You move on. My commitment is for a better Nigeria. I don't know where I'm going to stay to be able, and I believe that we need to work together with other entities in order to be able to change the country.
It was a money primary.
This one will not be.
What if this one becomes tolerant?
It will not be because it's direct primary.
What if it
will
becomes?
Never be. I can tell you. We are sure. We are sure. We are determined that it will never be. That we are a new set of people ready to sacrifice.
I am asking that if Atiku Abubakar becomes the presidential candidate here, what would happen?
Nobody will be through. Everybody will emerge through a transparent primary.
Right.
I assure you of that primary. We want to build a new Nigeria. That Nigeria is the Nigerian that will be built on transparent primaries and good election, because we're going to rebuild the country. We want to start doing things properly.
Hello and welcome. The former governor of Anambra State, Mr. Peter Obi, will leave the African Democratic Party tomorrow. He's expected to join another political party where he hopes to get a ticket to run for president. He blamed divisions and internal party problems for his decision to leave. Just last week, major Nigerian opposition parties met in Ibadan, Oyo State, and agreed to come together and field one presidential candidate for the 2027 elections. Are we going to see a repeat of the 2023 elections in 2027? If Atiku becomes a candidate of the ADC and Peter Obi contests under another party, will any of them defeat President Bola Tinubu this time? What do Nigerians really think beyond the noise? How many actually support the re-election of Bola Tinubu in 2027? Why does Peter Obi command such passionate crowds, and will that translate into votes? How many believe the future lies in restructuring or breaking up the country altogether? In Nigeria, people often manufacture numbers. It usually ranges from 90% to 99%, pulled from thin air and passed off as truth. But what do the data really say? Today on 90 Minutes Africa, Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi joins us. Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi is the Director, Government Advancement Initiative for Nigeria, GAN. The topic for today is what scientific polls reveal about Nigerians' true sentiment on politics, economy, and security. Dr. Malcolm will bring the science and unveil fresh, data-driven insights from nationwide polls capturing real public sentiment on politics, the economy, and security as Nigeria aids towards 2027. Please join me in welcoming to the show Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you, Rudolph.
Nice to see you again. It's been a while, and you are the expert now. We are very, very close to elections. Things are happening, and we want to hear from you about what the real science in all this is. So let me start by, this is 90 Minutes Africa, and we start by caring about what's going on around Africa before we zero into Nigeria and the work you do. So let's start with this issue in South Africa. It's been on and off, and now it's back. And I saw a video that I want to play for you that touched me in terms of what is happening to our people in South Africa and the reaction of the Nigerian government. That's where I want you to react. I want to get your reaction on what the Nigerian government is doing. Let me play this video.
Hey guys, good morning everyone. Please, as you're seeing this video, help me and share it, because I don't know what will become of me in the next 2 days, in next 1 hour, next month, next 2 weeks. So if you receive this video, as you're seeing this video, please do me a favor and share it. This is regarding to the recent happening in South Africa. I want it to be in the record that we actually spoke out. I want it to be in the record that I myself, as a public figure, that I used my platform to speak out. Please, every Nigerians, even if you're not a Nigerian and you're seeing this video, please share this video. Good morning, Your Excellency. Good morning, Nigerians. Please, I am using this opportunity again to bring to the notice of President Bola Tinubu the recent happening in South Africa. Sir, one of us was died yesterday, sir. One of us was shot yesterday, a Nigerian, sir. Sir, we are scared, sir. We don't have any hiding place, sir, because at this moment they are beginning to go to houses to fetch us out in places where we are living, in our houses. That are beginning to go to houses to fish out Nigerians and other foreigners. Sir, they are also going to schools. They are also going to schools to fish our children out and ask them to go back home. I'm very aware that most of you must have seen some of these videos in the internet, sir. Nigerians are in my DM crying. A lot of them are in my DM crying. Sir, pregnant women are in my DM crying. Sir, fathers are in my DM crying. A lot of Nigerians wants to go home, sir. It's the means of going home that they do not have. Sir, they do not have means of going home, but they are willing to go. They are very willing to leave the country. So, sir, Your Excellency, sir, I respect you so much, sir. Please, sir, we are waiting for you. We are yet to hear from you. We've not heard anything. Sir, my brother-in-law was adopted from his shop. He was adopted from his shop, sir. It's more than 2 months now. We have not heard from him. We have not seen, we have not heard from him. We have gone to court, we have gone to police station. The Nigerians have also protested in the street of South Africa, all to no avail, sir. We are pleading with you, Your Excellency Bola Tinubu. We beg you, sir. We beg you, sir. Sir, I couldn't sleep last night because of the cries of Nigerians in my DM. Sir, please, please, do us a favor. Even if it's to bring out a flight and ask Nigerians that wants to go home to come to get ready so they can go home. Sir, we will appreciate it. If there are people that has properties here that probably need time to maybe sell their properties and other things, sir, please, can you please negotiate on our behalf? Can you please negotiate on the behalf of those that cannot leave instantly due to one thing or the other?
All right, I will stop it here, Malcolm. it was painful to watch. There are desperate people, Nigerians in South Africa, other Africans in South Africa today, who are dealing with this issue of xenophobic attacks. It's not something new. I don't know what you think about what's going on and the reaction of the Nigerian government.
It's indeed a sad video to watch. So I'll start by speaking to those xenophobic attacks. I actually lived in South Africa myself for a couple of years. When I finished school in England, South Africa was the first place I lived. I worked with a company there called McKinsey. I lived in Johannesburg for 2 years. And we have a very strange relationship with South Africa. But one of the things that I noticed when I lived there, so I lived there from 2000 to about 2002, so 2 years in South Africa. The reality is part of the xenophobic attacks are not just on Nigerians, they are on other Africans as well. But there is a particular focus on Nigerians because what drives those attacks, like all xenophobia anywhere in the world, oftentimes is the belief by local populations that are struggling that the reason why they struggle is because somebody else has come from outside to take away their opportunities. And if we look at the particular history of South Africa, and I wondered about that. Even when I was in South Africa, there weren't these widespread moving from place to place xenophobic attacks going on. But you could tell that there was a significant level of xenophobia. There was a feeling and a sense that, you have all these black people from all around the world that are coming in to take opportunities that should be theirs. The reality, however, is that whatever Nigerians have available to them in South Africa was not given to them. They worked for it, right? So the xenophobia will not go away anytime soon because the reality is that there is a certain level of poverty that exists in South Africa, mostly amongst black people. And until their government sorts out that issue, and until their government begins to impose significant penalties on people who carry out these xenophobic attacks, they will not stop. Now, that's about South Africa. Let's now come to the Nigerian government, our government, and its own response.
Dr. Malcolm, can you please speak up a little bit? People are saying they can't hear you very well. Some of the people.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, come to.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to confirm that if people can confirm that they can hear me. It's good? Okay.
Yes, it's better.
Right. So the point I was making is that there is a deep economic root to what is going on in South Africa in terms of these xenophobic attacks. The idea from many of the black South Africans that people are coming from outside their country to take their opportunities. The reality is very different. The reality is that every African, every black person from across the continent who is in South Africa was not handed anything on a platter of gold. But it's no different to xenophobia anywhere. It's no different to the MAGA behavior in the US, right? Where people are ascribing to immigrants, hardworking immigrants, crimes that they have not committed. The only crime any immigrant commits, if anything, is that they've been forced into economic exile because there are untenable conditions in their own country. Now, coming back to Nigeria's response, it doesn't surprise me at all. A few years ago, we had similar xenophobic attacks, and it took a private individual, I forget what his name is, but he's the CEO of Peace Airlines, right? Onyema was the person an individual, was the person who did, at the time, what a government ought to have done. But why are we surprised? A government that actually ignores security issues in Nigeria, where Nigerians are, why do we think they would care for anything that is happening to our people in other parts of the world? So part of what we're going to have to do is to continue to keep, the fact that they are negligent to their duties, derelict in their duties, doesn't mean we let it go. These types of videos help because they surface these issues. I think we have to also learn how to leverage, yes, people might be in South Africa, but the reality is every person who is in South Africa has a relative in Nigeria. So if they cannot be here, our relatives need to be picketing Aso Rock. Relatives need to be at the National Assembly. Our relatives need to be at the airport, carrying placards, being on the streets. That's the only way. Shame oftentimes, shaming a government, naming the failures that they have, and making sure that we give a voice to those who have no voice. Sometimes that tends to be the only way to get action. But these videos are helpful, but I think we also need to get a bit more organized. We need to make sure that these things don't end, just online, and that there are some of us on the streets who can take their voices and make sure that the blissful ignorance with which people, elected leaders, go around forgetting that they have responsibilities to us both within the country and outside of it, we need to make sure that we remind them every time we have the opportunity to do so, that we have fellow citizens that are being killed in other countries, and they're being killed for the simple reason that they've been forced out of their country to go into economic exile because our government is derelict. So if they benefit from the remittances that are coming, we at least hope that when we have these types of issues, the government can respond. And there's some simple things the government can do. Even if you can't send a plane, you can call up Cyril Ramaphosa. You can tell the South African government that they have MTN in Nigeria. They have some really strong, viable businesses in Nigeria. You can tell them you're going to shut down their businesses unless they take action and make sure they protect our people. I mean, we've seen what they did last time we were imposing significant tax fines on MTN. The government of South Africa got involved in that issue. So Nigeria is not without leverage. Let us use whatever leverage we have, call South Africa to order. I don't even think they've called the ambassador to come and speak to the president of Nigeria and tell him about what's going on. That's the first thing that should happen. So we do have leverage. Our government should take action. But to expect people who ignore issues that are in front of them in Nigeria, security issues, and to think that they'll feel any sense of responsibility for what is going on in South Africa is to expect too much. But we are the ones who would need to force them to act if we want to see anything happen.
Mm. You mentioned the MAGA movement in America, and you said that xenophobic attacks and behavior is not something restricted to South Africa. And the way you described it is that locals who feel that they are not doing well tend to point at foreigners who they think that they're responsible for what is happening to them. When you think about that, it's not a solution. It's not something that could be solved easily. I mean, since Nelson Mandela came into office, they've not obviously improved a lot of most Black South Africans, apparently. But in terms of solutions, because if we look at it, it happens here in America, not to that extent of going around attacking people yet. We're not there yet. But even in other African countries, what do you think is how do you convince people? In all your education, do you have a solution how to convince people that these people who came from somewhere are not responsible for what you are not doing for yourself in your country?
Actually, xenophobia, anywhere you see xenophobia, it is with the permission of the government in power. I'll take you to Nigeria. There was an incident in Nigeria in the 80s that we call Ghana Must Go. What was Ghana Must Go? We had austerity in the country. We had economic issues. And the government of the day, the Shagari NPN government, had no solutions to it. And so what was the solution they came up with? Part of the reason why we have economic problems is because we have this influx of Ghanaians that are taking jobs Nigerians should take. And what was the consequence? The consequence was that hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians who had nothing to do with Nigeria's economic problem, but who were caught up in why did they come to Nigeria? They came to Nigeria just as we go to other countries for economic opportunity. But once Nigeria started facing economic challenges, what did our government do? Our government turned around and blamed Ghanaians for part of our economic issues. And at the end of the day, today we laugh about Ghana must go bags, but that was the history. And at the end of the day, people had to leave our country, and for many of them, the only thing they could carry was a Ghana must go bag full of the things that they'd worked for the years in which they'd lived in the country. So the South African government can end this. It is not spirits that are going from door to door. It's not spirits like the lady said in the video that are going to schools and picking out Nigerian children. It's South Africans, right? It's people. It's people with names. It's people with identities. It is men. It is women. Some of them are bold enough to actually post online the things that they're doing. So it's not as if this is something that the government cannot tackle. If there's one thing that we know of, the reality is that if the South African government decides that they want to tackle an issue, they will tackle it. South Africa has a lot of crime, but you remember that I think it was in 2010 or so, there was the World Cup took place in South Africa. You heard of no incident. There was no crime. Nothing happened during that period to the hundreds of thousands of people who flew into South Africa to participate in the World Cup. Why? Because, believe it or not, the South African government, just like the apartheid government before them did, have the capacity and the capability to keep their population under control. So, if our government does what it's supposed to do, engage with the South African government, threaten them if necessary, leverage whatever economic leverage we have through companies like MTN, and make sure that due care and concern is given to our citizens there, then these issues are going to be tackled. But to the earlier point I made, wherever you see xenophobia, it is often with the permission of the political system that exists, because it is an effective and easy way to defray from the fact that that government is failing to provide economic opportunities for its own people. It's easier to blame the other than to focus on what you should do and create opportunities for all.
All right. Let's go to something else in Africa, in Mali, or the Sahel region. The crisis there, especially with this recent attempt by jihadists and separatists in Mali to take over the government. And that was happening with Russia. Russian militia, they were there when this was going on. And it's close to Nigeria. And sometimes Nigerians think it's so far away, or that's whatever is happening in Mali or Burkina Faso won't happen in Nigeria. So what do you think is responsible for what is going on there, and how is that going to impact Nigeria? Should the Nigerian government worry more than they do now? And then you can also connect it to the situation in Nigeria, where you have this crisis in the northern part of the country. You have the Americans, at least 200 American troops there, but we haven't seen any impact of their presence in Nigeria.
So Mali's situation is unfortunately something that has become the norm across most of West Africa. In their own case, their situation is complicated by the fact that they also have the Russians involved, right? Across the whole of West Africa, from all the way from Gambia through to Nigeria, and Cameroon obviously is not in West Africa, but if you extend to the northern tip of Cameroon, the reality is we are plagued with a crisis that is driven by two things across that entire zone, right? That's that entire latitude in the West African region. And the two things that contribute to that crisis is, one, you basically have religious issues. You have these Islamic fundamentalists, some of them Boko Haram, some of them linked to ISIS, some of them linked to Al-Qaeda. It's just a network, a string of different entities. And the reality is that those entities are not local. They have formed a global bloc. The other thing that also complicates matters and is also evident in what is going on in places as far as Mali is that we also have a Fulani militant problem, separate from the Islamic fundamentalist problem. And Mali exemplifies that situation. Mali had a separatist problem. They had this issue before the coup, and they've continued to have this issue after the coup. What they didn't have before the coup was the involvement of the Russians. Before the coup, what they had was France masquerading as partners to help them in their crisis. After the coup, the French have been replaced with Russians. And to the point you were making earlier, I think Nigeria, we certainly shouldn't sleep easy. We shouldn't sleep easy because this is not a local problem. This is a sub-regional problem. This problem will not go away. You can chase militants away from Nigeria, but unless you destroy those militants comprehensively across all of West Africa, you chase them from Nigeria, they will simply move to Benin. You chase them from Benin, they will move to Togo. You chase them from Togo, they will move to Ghana. You chase them from Ghana, they're going to go to Gambia, they're going to go to Senegal, they're going to go to Mali. So what it tells us is that we need to go back to viewing this problem as a regional problem, and we need to go back to a place where regional entities like we saw with ECOMOG, security entities, that as we saw with ECOMOG, are activated to address this issue. Nobody is going to address it for us. France is not going to address it. Russia is not going to address it. The US is not going to address it. It serves no geopolitical, there's no geopolitical benefit that they get from solving this issue. And the same way that we came to the conclusion when we had the Samuel Doe problem, the civil war in Liberia, and then the civil war that followed in Sierra Leone, we concluded as West Africans that nobody was going to save us. And what did we do? We formed ECOMOG, and we conclusively and exhaustively and completely addressed that issue. Today, Liberia is a democratic nation. Sierra Leone is a democratic nation. Nigeria was, ironically, the driver for ECOMOG. So my personal view is this is a regional problem. To think this is a Malian problem or a Senegalese problem or a Gambian problem or a Nigerian problem is to be thinking very narrow-mindedly. It's a collective issue. We have to address it collectively. And as far as Nigeria goes, the government is clearly not serious about addressing security matters. And in fact, one of the biggest issues that came up, I know we're going to get to the polling issue later, but that is actually one of the major drivers of discontent amongst Nigerians, including many who voted for the president, the current president. The numbers in terms of their views regarding his performance in relation to security is abysmal. And we don't even need polls to tell us that.
Okay, quite interesting take on that. It made me remember that as we speak, President Bola Tinubu is in France. And from France, he will travel to Kenya for a conference being organized by the French. And then he will go to Rwanda. Now, when you look at Mali, for instance, or the Sahel region, especially those that kicked the French out of their countries, how is it that, like what you are suggesting, forming a force like ECOMOG and trying to use it to handle this as a West African issue, with France on the other side kicked out, and some people are suggesting that what is going on now is an effort by France to get back in. I'm not saying that they are supporting terrorists, but people feel if Nigeria should come to mediate and be the leader of ECOMOG, the way Abacha and all the past leaders in Nigeria did, with the closeness of Tinubu to Macron, that wouldn't play well with the other West African countries who are not happy with the role of France in their country.
Well, true. So right now, Mali is not even in ECOWAS, right? Mali has pulled out. Burkina Faso has pulled out. Three countries have pulled out of ECOMOG, 3 Francophone countries. Look, the only way we solve this problem is the way we solved it during the Liberian crisis and the Sierra Leonean crisis. There were global powers benefiting from the confusion that was going on in Liberia and in Sierra Leone. We know that was a fact. There were blood diamonds coming out of those places. There were countries and entities and companies and governments that benefited from that chaos. There were countries that were literally in the business of selling arms to these nations. And at the end of the day, what we did in that period was to say that our interests as Africans, as West Africans, superseded everything else. That's what drove what happened then. We have to find a way to think like that again. The good news is we've done it before. And in fact, we did it at the most unlikely of times. Because the irony, as I said, it was a unique irony, was that it was military governments, undemocratic military governments, that put the treasure and the blood of Nigerians at stake to help these countries get back to democratic governance. So we have to think that way, and it shouldn't matter whether the French have interest. It shouldn't matter whether the Americans have interest. It shouldn't matter whether the Russians have interest. What we know is that if the French are in West Africa, they are there because they have interests for France. If the Russians are there, it's because of Russian interest. If Americans are there, it's for American interest. So if we really want to solve this problem, we need to realize and understand that, it is for us to think from a very, Afrocentric perspective and come up with solutions that can address these issues. And as I said earlier, this is not strange. We've done it before. We're not asking our governments, and we're not asking to go to solutions that have not been tried and tested. They have been tried and tested, not just in one country, but in 2 countries. Started in Liberia, and we took that same formula from Liberia and we extended it to Sierra Leone. And again, today you have, and it's not happened anywhere else in the world, where you had a regional entity come in, form an army, and address a regional issue and resolve it to the extent that they provided a standing government that exists till today. No place else in the world has ever done that. If you look at all the issues that happened with Chechnya and the issues that happened with Yugoslavia, today all those places have become balkanized, right? One country split into 4 or 5 places. Some of them still have peacekeepers there. But what we did in ECOMOG was remarkable. Nobody else has been able to replicate that. Not the United Nations forces. No other regional force in the world has been able to do what we did in West Africa to resolve a crisis which, in my view, is much more difficult than a group of ragtag militia riding on Okada motorbikes in Sahel grasslands that can be seen from satellites in space. You can use homemade drones like the Ukrainians are doing to wipe out the whole lot of them. So this is nothing compared to the complexity of what we've dealt with before. And so all that it tells you is that our politicians are interested in perpetuating this crisis because, as others have told us in the past, political and military leaders, there is nothing that pays like insecurity. Insecurity is the best way to be corrupt. Insecurity, if you give me a contract to buy bullets, are you going to ask me how many bullets I bought? I'll just tell you, you told me to buy 1 million bullets and I've used 900,000 in fighting Boko Haram. These guys have no interest in solving that issue. So that issue persists only because private interests and geopolitical interests are being allowed. But the day we determine that it is West African interest, our interest, that should supersede everything else, I believe it would not be even years, but months to resolve this crisis.
I was just thinking about that, thinking that if you talk about interest, you will see that there's a new dimension to the issue in West Africa, at least, or in Nigeria, which is the American interest. You have Donald Trump showing interest, maybe through proxies, in what is happening. We had dealt with the issue of Nigeria and whether there's Christian genocide going on or not. And now we have the American government interested in medical information of Africans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Namibia, most African countries. What is going on? What is responsible for this new interest and dimension, and how is that going to help or hurt Africa?
So I'm going to say something that might seem very controversial, to your listeners, but that I fundamentally believe to be the truth. I do not believe there is Christian genocide. I am a Christian from the north. I come from Kogi State. I was born in Kaduna State. I was born and bred in Kaduna. The first time I went to southern Nigeria was to go to school in the University of Lagos. I speak more Hausa than I do my native Yoruba. I am a Christian. I am the type of Christian that you would describe as a person facing genocide in the north. But here's what I'll tell you also. If people don't know it, the most intense crisis going on today in Nigeria is actually in Zamfara State, where the Hausa and the Fulani have been in a war. I would not even call it a conflict. They have been at war for the last 10 plus years. If people haven't seen it, there's a wonderful BBC documentary that actually captures that crisis. So there's a cleavage happening in the north. In the past, we will talk about Hausa Fulani. There's nothing like Hausa Fulani anymore. Across the whole of the north, the Hausa and the Fulani are in crisis. And Zamfara is an example. So in Zamfara, Zamfara is one of the only places, the few places, where the political leadership is actually Hausa, not Fulani. And so you have a lot of crisis. So what are we need to go to the root causes of the crisis. And my view of those root causes is not based on sentiment or opinion, but based on what I view to be scientific fact, is that, and I've written on this, so this is not something new to me. It's actually a subject that I've been very passionate about, and I've been writing about it, and people can look for the things that we've done as gain on this matter. And what we found was that, look, part of the challenge that we have here is it started as a resource-driven problem. 25 million cows looking for where to graze in a country where climate change has reduced yields by over 20%. Rainfall, average rainfall in the country has fallen by at least about 10 to 20% over the last 2 decades. A country where today most Fulani herdsmen, so I'll separate the Fulani herdsmen from the Fulani militants. Most Fulani herdsmen in the past would take those 25 million cows, stay in the north during the rainy seasons, and then move southwards when it is dry season in the north. Well, guess what has happened in the last 20 years? The whole of the northeast is unavailable to any Fulani herdsman. Why? Because if you dare take your cattle to the northeast, you are basically providing suya meat to Boko Haram, period. They cannot go to the northwest, Zamfara, Sokoto, and all those areas, because a lot of Fulani militants who don't have cows are rustlers. We allowed these militants, and the APC can, people who are in the APC know what they did. This is it's not a secret that in 2015, the APC facilitated having militants come to Nigeria because they were afraid that Goodluck Jonathan might decide not to leave if he lost. Well, so Rufai and others who carried that out should tell us what happened to those militants. Those militants are, they're basically militants who came from, so when you talk about a crisis in Mali, well, guess what? Some of the people who came in as militants to Nigeria are from places like Mali. They're from places like Gambia, right? So that's part of the same crisis we're dealing with. So you have a situation where these herders, about 15% of Nigeria in the northeast is no longer available to them because of Boko Haram. About 10% of Nigeria is no longer available to them because of rustling by other Fulani, not cattle owners, but militants that had come into the country and had literally been abandoned by the people who brought them. And then in the south, it's not as if the lands that were led fallow. So the current foraging zones in Nigeria were established in 1960. So we do have, if you go to the gazettes, there's actually in the Nigerian gazettes land that is supposed to be allocated for these herdsmen to forage in. Well, I've just told you that everything in the northeast is no longer available. Most of the northwest is no longer available. And in the south, we've obviously seen growth. Land that used to be fallow 10, 15, 20 years ago is now developed. And so the reality is that there is more mingling, more engagement between herders and farmers and communities than we had ever seen before. And on a relative basis, southern Nigeria is still the most peaceful part of the country. We know that it seems, obviously there's a lot of crisis and a lot of banditry in the south as well. But you cannot compare that to what is going on in the north. The north is in chaos. It is in total chaos. We have portions of the northeast especially, where Boko Haram is not just coming in and going out. It's not just bandits coming in and going out. Those places are under the control of militants and bandits. We have entire local governments in Zamfara that are completely under the control of bandits. So the reality is the south, ironically, is now the most peaceful part of the country. So you see a lot of these herders. And after a while, what has happened is many of these herders have also, over time, also connected with the more militant parts of their community. And part of why they've done that, and I'm not making any excuses for them, is the government has not been decisive in addressing this issue. What I tell people is, I watch cowboy movies. And when you watch cowboy movies, I ask people, what is the premise of every cowboy movie? The premise of every cowboy movie is you have these two big ranchers, and then their cattle meet on a field, and they start fighting over grazing lands and over access to water, and then they decide to go bring the fastest gun in the West. And then John Wayne comes up, he's allied with one of the farmers, and that farmer takes over. That's the type of nonsense that's taking place in Nigeria. We do not have any commercial ranching. All we have is animals roaming over the place, going into people's lands, and the land available to them to graze on is shrinking because of conflict and crisis and climate change. That is the primary cause of what's going on. If we want solutions, we must go to root causes. And if we go to root causes, we must find a way to commercialize ranching. We cannot in 2026 have 25 million cows roaming the whole country and that's the way they get fed. Right? We cannot have a situation where foreign militants have been brought to our country and nothing has been done to get them out of the place. We cannot have a situation where large tracts of our country is under the complete control of bandits and militants. That's not a country. That's the Wild West. So until we address these issues, we will see no peace. And so that's why I'll go back to the statement I made earlier, that if you were to look at the total number of people that have died in the country, as many Muslims as Christians have been affected by this crisis. And so to say that something is Christian genocide is to suggest, right? Is to suggest that there is a systemic and a systematic attempt by our entire infrastructure of government and security agencies to exterminate Christians. I don't believe that to be the case. The people that are being killed in Zamfara, they're not Christians. They're all Muslims. And if we think that because we heard somebody say Allahu Akbar means they're trying to Islamize you, well, guess what? Both sides of the Zamfara conflict, when they want to kill each other, they shout Allahu Akbar. It's just that when they do it in the south, they're doing it to Christians. And so our interpretation is that, you know what? They're saying this thing that we hear in the context of religion, and therefore we think it's a religious issue. So I do not believe it's driven, there's no genocide in my view, but there is dereliction of duty, and there is a government that has failed to do its job, and that failure of government is impacting both Christians and Muslims.
Now, when you talk about, there are people, we've interviewed people from Benue and Plateau State on this platform, and they all talked about what happens after that. Most of these places, their villages, they are kicked out of there, put in IDP camps, and those villages are taken over by most of them these Fulani militants, and they rename the places. So to them it's really total. The goal is to wipe them out. It's not just that they were trying to pass through or destroying their crops, it doesn't end there anymore. It's that they occupy those places and rename them. So what do you say to them? Because that's what they are saying.
So what they are seeing is correct. But that is also what the Fulani militants are doing to the Hausa communities in Zamfara, in Kaduna, in Sokoto, in Gombe, in Yobe, in Bauchi, in Adamawa, in Taraba. It doesn't matter where, it's the same model. The only issue, as I said, is that when it happens in the South, you cannot only view it through the lens of ethnicity, right? Because now you do have a real religious difference. But the reality is that, so again, I would invite your audience to look into the Zamfara crisis. The militants there are taking over land that belongs to the Hausa, and they want to rename it. And sometimes they do that, and now we have Hausa militia. There's also a very powerful Hausa militia in Zamfara, funded by political figures, right? Because now, militia crisis and conflict and religion and the Chinese wanting to mine, there's so many, and geopolitical issues. So it's a whole range of ethnic and religious and geopolitical issues. But the point I'm making is the same thing you're seeing these people do in the South or in the Middle Belt. And I've been to many of these IDP camps. I go there routinely. And it's a travesty that some of the camps I've been to, the oldest camps have been there for almost 9-10 years. People who can't return to their homes. And yes, they are correct that when these people come, they want to take over because they want to claim that place for themselves and then make it available for the grazing of their animals, the ones that are more militant herdsmen. But they do the exact same thing in the north. And when they do it, they're doing it to Hausa communities mostly in the north. So all I'm saying is it's still a resource-driven issue. It is primarily resource-driven. It spreads because the government has been unable to do what it's supposed to do, which is nip this issue in the bud and address the bigger issue that we have, which is how do we guarantee food security and how do we manage an agricultural process that still depends too much on nomadism, right? On transhumanism, on people and cattle moving around. It is untenable. Nobody anywhere else in the world does this. And there are many communities in the world that started in nomadic traditions that have now settled. Again, even in the US, there's a time when we called the entire West the Wild West. And the reason why it was called the Wild West was largely around these issues of cattle and grazing and access to forage and things like that. Even for those who are Christians in the Bible, the first major conflict that was not between Abraham and his nephew Lot, for those who are scholars of scripture, it was over access to grazing lands. They fought. Both of them had large livestock and both of them had crisis. And that crisis led to a parting of ways of family members. If family members can go through that, how much more folks that are not family members, that are just part of a larger, broader Nigerian family with all the challenges that we have. So I think we should go back to first base. We should understand that, look, yes, these issues are complex. We cannot, we should not be naive about it. I'm sure there are people who would say, yes, but cloaked beneath all of that is a desire to Islamize, large parts of Nigeria and take up land and things like that. But all that I would say is go to the north, see what's happening in the north, see what's happening between the Fulani and Hausa communities, see the killing that's taking place across many parts of the north. And yes, Christians are caught up in this, but many of our Muslim brothers are also being killed and massacred there. And as we talk about solutions, we should, not restrict it, because to restrict what is going on and to just call it Christian genocide is to concentrate our solutions on the Middle Belt. But that would be a mistake, because to solve this issue, we must also solve it at the same time across all of Nigeria. That's the only way we get to comprehensive solutions.
We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the political game in Nigeria. Peter Obi just moved from ADC to a party yet to be announced. And then you show us results from your polling on security, politics, and the economy. What Nigerian people are actually thinking that may be different from what we assume that is going on. So, and then we let people in so that they can come in and share their own view with you and have interaction with you. All right, let's take a break. We'll be right back with Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi. All right, welcome back to our conversation with Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi, who is joining us today on 90 Minutes Africa. Malcolm, that video is from today. That was Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, and the people that defected left ADC, and they are moving to NDC. So let's begin with your analysis of what you think is happening in the political scene in Nigeria this late, because we are actually we have a few more, I don't know how many more weeks before all the parties must pick their candidates. So what is your take on what's going on?
It's what's going on is fascinating, and I must tell you that when we rolled out this particular poll, I wasn't sure what the results were going to be. There were a number of things that I couldn't fully understand myself, and that's the power of polling, right? What polling does is it removes the guesswork, and it allows you to go to the people themselves and to understand how they think and how they feel. So there were a few things we were trying to understand. The first one was just generally, how are Nigerians feeling about their country, about the economy, about the current government? How are they feeling about issues like security? We just spent a long time talking about security. And, we also wanted to understand the extent to which some of these issues, whether they're economic or security related, the extent to which those who supported the current president themselves in 2023, whether there was any difference from the way they were feeling about issues compared to the rest of Nigerians. But another critical set of things that we were trying to fully understand was the likely things that would emerge in 2027. So on paper, the ADC made sense. On the one hand, you have Tinubu's 8 million votes on the APC platform. And then on the other hand, you had Atiku's 7 million, plus Peter Obi's 6 million, plus Kwankwaso's 1 million. You add all of those, it's 14 million. But as every student of statistics knows, the question then becomes, how many of Tinubu's 8 million are still Tinubu's 8 million? If you had an election today, how many have become disaffected? How many of Atiku's 7 million voted for Atiku, or did they vote for Atiku because he was in PDP? And if he left PDP to go someplace else, what percentage would go with him? The same thing with Peter Obi. How many people of the 6 million who supported Peter Obi supported Peter Obi because it was Labour Party, or supported Peter Obi because it was Peter Obi, the candidate, the person, rather than the party? And of Kwankwaso's 1 million, how many of those 1 million Kwankwasai, that's what they call themselves in Kano, would go with Kwankwaso wherever he goes to? And the results were fascinating. Without a doubt, the only person of all of these people that actually has people who support the candidate and not the party, Peter Obi just takes the cake. There's no question about it. So roughly 75% of Obi supporters would follow him to whatever party he goes to. Not surprising. For those who study Nigerian politics, in 2019, the Labour Party actually had 5,074 votes nationwide in the presidential election. Nationwide. Not in one polling unit, not in a state, but in the whole country. I don't know if you're still here, Rudolph.
Yes, I'm
don't
here.
see you.
I'm here.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure that I had not dropped off. So the point I was making was that and then when you really ask yourself the question, how would 75% of the people who supported Peter Obi still go with him to whatever party he goes to? And when you go back and see what Labour was a 5,000 vote party at the presidential level in 2019. 4 years later, 2023, when Peter Obi was running on the platform of Labour, they crossed 6 million votes. But they only crossed 6 million votes on the day he was on the ballot. 2 weeks later, there were gubernatorial elections. And in those gubernatorial elections around the whole country, APC got more votes than they did in the presidential election. PDP got more votes than they did in the presidential election 2 weeks before. Labour went from 6 million votes when Peter Obi was on the ballot to about 600,000 votes nationwide in the gubernatorial elections 2 weeks later. So that would already begin to tell you that this is really more about the person than it is the party. And it's reflected. So what our polls are indicating is that about 35% of those who supported Atiku would likely go with him to whatever party he's going to. About 75+% would go with Peter Obi. We didn't look into Kwankwaso in this particular poll, but the reality is that Kwankwaso has a very powerful movement. They call themselves the Kwankwasai in mostly around the Kano area, and those people will follow Kwankwaso wherever Kwankwaso is going to. And so on paper, if you looked at the ADC, if I put on my statistician hat and I'm applying probabilities, I would take 6 times 0.75. I would take plus 7 times 0.35. And the 6 times 0.75 gives me roughly somewhere in the 4.5 range. And then the 7 times 0.35 might give me something like 2.5. And then the president himself has also seen some significant level of atrophy. Now, the fact that he has seen some level of atrophy doesn't mean anything yet, because what that means is that you have a chunk of almost 10 million out of the 22 million that voted in 2023 that are currently trying to decide where they would go to. But when you see the polling results, then you begin to understand why the APC government is so concerned about the ADC. Because, what the polling strongly suggests, and this was another question we asked people specifically, in terms of trust, which parties would they trust the most? The ADC, at the time we did the polling. So all of this happened before this NDC move, right? It was certainly what it indicated was that even though this was a small party that only managed 80,000 votes in 2023, that's all the ADC got. So there was nothing the ADC is providing, in my view. It had no structure to speak of. 80,000 votes in the last election, not even enough to win a senatorial election in many places. However, what the polling is indicating is that Nigerians at the current moment are not really focused on parties. They are focused on the individuals in those parties. I personally think it is a sad affair for our politics, because I think a politics of ideology is important, but that is where we are today. And therefore, if Peter Obi was to move to the NDC, what the polling suggests is that 75% would likely just move with him. If he's moving with Kwankwaso, I would expect that a significant number of the 1 million that voted for Kwankwaso would also be moving with him. And then the question then becomes, what about that group in the middle, and what do you need to do to attract that middle and to add them? I'm sure the president is trying to add them to his own corner. Atiku, if he stays in the ADC and doesn't have these folks anymore, might want to stay in his own corner and bring them over. Or a coalition. I think you started the segment by saying there was a meeting in Ibadan, and all of the Nigerian opposition parties basically want to field a common candidate. If they do that, then it means we will have a very interesting election. It's not as straightforward as many people might have imagined. There is actually a strong sentiment on the ground for something different, something new, and it's driven by a lot of discontent around some major issues, economic as well as security.
All right, we'll get to that. Let me show you this. This is from NDC, the new political party that Peter Obi is going to. They on their own page, they already put up this picture showing what is happening. And as of this morning, they had 2,000 followers. But now it has gone up to 20,000 followers on their social media posts. So which supports what you are saying about voters following individuals, not about the party or ideology in that sense. But let me ask you, beyond the politics, what about security? Did you ask voters about security, and what are they telling you? Who are they blaming for what is going on? And please, can you speak up a little bit? People are still saying they're having difficulties hearing you.
Okay, so hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So security is a big issue for voters, and I'm just pulling up the numbers here. So the questions we asked them about security was, we asked a very direct question, and we said, how safe do you feel in your community today compared to 5 years ago? And we asked people, the questions we asked them was, do you feel much safer? Do you feel somewhat safer? Does that change? Do you feel less safe? And do you feel much less safe? And the number of Nigerians who say they feel much less safe is actually about 80%. 80% of Nigerians tell us that today they feel much less safe than they were 5 years ago. Now, we also had the ability to look at that number to basically evaluate. So that's from a security perspective. We had an additional question, which was, we also then asked the question that if this current government, if we were to preserve this government and provide them with the security apparatus in another regime, the extent to which people were confident that something would be done to improve the security situation, and those numbers were also abysmal. Over 70% of the respondents said they did not trust this current government to improve things. And by the way, those who voted for the president, because you have the ability within the polling to actually filter the results and to see the results only from the perspective of those who voted for particular candidates. So we were able to evaluate this from the perspective of those who only voted for the president. And when we asked that same question, the question around, do you feel safer today than you were 5 years ago? When we looked at the totals were, as I said, close to 80%. When we asked that question from just the people who supported the president, that number went to 60%. So 75% for everybody on average. But from the president's own supporters, the people who voted for him in 2023, 60% of them say that they feel less safe or much less safe today than they did when he got into power. It's a serious issue, right? So the government ignores security at its own peril. And what it indicates is that any political opposition that really wants to resonate with the Nigerian people must consider security as a banner issue in their campaign. I mean, this ranked along with economic issues in terms of its level of importance. Nigerians feel much less safe. And this is not a political issue. This is actually something that cuts across all supporters of all candidates.
Do you think that an issue like that is a factor in how people vote?
It will be a significant factor in how people vote. So let's be reminded of something. When Jonathan won his election, a big part of it was security. Right? Yes, he was in the ruling PDP, but the reality was this is Nigeria, and there is at the time certainly the northern hegemony had a stronger say in Nigerian affairs than perhaps they do today. But a big part of what made Jonathan win was because many northern Christians at the time, especially northern Christians, were very concerned about security matters. This was the beginnings of the Boko Haram crisis. At the time, Boko Haram was very much still seen as more of a religious issue because what they said they wanted to do was very clear, right? It's not like this question we're having about the Fulani militants. Is it religion or is it resources? Boko Haram was very clear. For them, they wanted to Islamize the whole place. And so the security played a significant role there. Now, in fact, part of Buhari's failures over the year politically was also because there were fears that many people had that Buhari would worsen a security situation because of what people perceived to be a bias for Islam or being Muslim. And the way Buhari addressed that was that every time he ran, he always ran with an ordained pastor. Buhari never ran for office without having, in the last few years that he ran, he had an ordained pastor from Redeemed in Oshimbajo, and before him he had another ordained pastor that ran on his platform,
Tunde Bakare.
Tunde Bakare, right? And that was because he was trying to get ahead of that issue. Security will be a big issue in the coming elections. The coming elections are going to be driven by two things. It is going to be security and it is going to be the economy. And in fact, for you to know that those are going to likely be the drivers, my understanding is a few days ago, the presidency declared an emergency on two issues. One was poverty and the other was security. So those are the things that the polling is actually indicating are the biggest issues. And it is, so if we're doing this polling and seeing these results, I'm sure that all the US polling agencies that all these parties have put on their staff are providing them with similar results. That's the reality. Security will have a big impact on this election, and candidates that are smart will leverage it to maximum effect. Nigerians want solutions. Nigerians want to be able to travel without being kidnapped. They want to be able to live their lives without being terrorized. People who are in IDP camps want to go back to their homes. People in the north, in the south, in the middle belt want peace. And right now, across the board, there's clarity in the polling that they believe this government has not been able to live up to its duties as far as security is concerned.
Do you have any idea the number of registered voters that are interested in voting, going to vote this time around, knowing that what happened the last time? And are they worried about anything, those that are interested in voting?
So that was not a direct question that we asked. However, in the last 3 elections, so if you look at 2023, 2019, 2015, and even 2011, on average, about 21 to 22 million people vote in the presidential election. It hasn't changed. It's about that number consistently, which is a sad commentary, because That's only 10% of our national population. It is also only about 20% of the total voting population. So I believe that INEC's latest numbers, the ones that I saw most recently, were like 94 million registered voters. And if only about 20 million of 94 million are voting, you're in the 20-25% range in terms of voter participation. So registered voter participation is very low. You know, in most countries, the voting percentage would typically be somewhere in the 40 to 60% range. The average is about 50%. We chronically don't vote in the country. And who knows, this might be one of those elections that might change that, because part of what has happened in this election is there are several issues that we've never seriously needed, that has not impacted Nigerians across the board, whether they are poor or rich, as what is going on now. And so look, the reality is that you engage in politics because you believe politics impacts your life. So what a lot of middle class and upper class Nigerians would tell me is, my children go to private school. I go to private hospitals. I do my own borehole. I tar my own street. Why on earth am I standing in line for 10 hours to vote for somebody whose policies has no impact on my life? The 20 millions who vote are mostly Nigerians who really rely on the government for schooling, rely on the government for decent roads, rely on the government for hospitals, rely on the government for many things. And so they can't afford to sit at home watching Chelsea and Man U on election day like the rest of us. They go out to vote. But this election will be different, because in this election, the government now has a taxation policy that affects mostly wealthy Nigerians. I have never seen Nigerians involved in a discussion around tax as we're currently seeing. So taxation is going to be a big issue in this coming election. How much more of my money, my millions, am I going to put in my pocket? And so if that does nothing, it's going to move more middle class and upper class Nigerians to the polls, because now the government is touching their pockets. The other thing that's happening now is that security is an equal opportunity employer. It is, there's everybody from the wealthiest Nigerians to the least wealthy are impacted by this. And the government just instituted a policy that basically says policemen, so in the past, the way people of means used to avoid the security challenges that the rest of us have, is they would have a convoy of policemen accompanying them everywhere. Well, the government is pulling back on that. So security now all of a sudden is everybody's problem. And so my expectation is that there is an opportunity not just for this political process to be about sharing the 21 million votes that have always existed, but to actually add more to the table. And I think the challenge that all of these political folks have, whether they're in the APC or whether it's the ADC or the NDC, whatever party or structures we're looking at, how do you get more of the 94 million registered voters? How do we get the 74 million that don't participate in the voting? How do you get more of them to get involved? And there are, as I just indicated, additional issues that touch more people than just the 20 million that have consistently voted. Taxation and security being those critical issues.
Now, with this move by Peter Obi, who are the winners? Who are the losers? I want you to probably address that. There was this rumor that Tinubu was considering finding a different vice presidential candidate, someone different than Shettima, to replace Shettima with someone else. Some people think that with this move by Peter Obi, that there is less pressure on Tinubu to do that, because the opposition is no longer putting up like a single candidate.
Well, so it's an interesting premise, right? So what did Shettima bring to the table? What Shettima brought to the table was, in theory, access to the north. In reality, Tinubu lost the north. I mean, you can count on the back of your hand the states that he won. And in fact, many states that he lost, the APC ended up winning them 2 weeks later in the gubernatorial. So Kaduna State being one of those, right? So Shettima, in theory, he came with his baggage, because one of the issues that Tinubu had by putting Shettima on the ticket was this Muslim ticket concern that people had. And yeah, so whatever Shettima was supposed to do, he did it only partially. Tinubu lost the North. Reality. And so if Tinubu was to replace Shettima, it would be because he wants to replace Shettima with someone that he believes will get him more northern votes. And I cannot imagine that that person would be a Christian northerner. Right? There are many qualified Christian northerners, but I doubt that there is a Christian northerner that you would put on a Tinubu ticket with the idea that you would use that to capture maybe a largely Muslim North that might instead maybe go to a Kwankwaso or go to an Atiku. And so he's likely, if he were to replace Shettima, he would have to replace Shettima with somebody who is also a northern Muslim like Shettima. Now, the peculiar thing Shettima brings to the table is Shettima is Kanuri, right? He is not Fulani and he is not Hausa. And so if Tinubu was playing the northern ethnic game, then it might behoove him to actually pick a northern Hausa person. So again, for the first time in Nigerian politics, we're not talking about Hausa Fulani. There's nothing like that anymore. There's a cleavage. Atiku is a Fulani person. El Rufai is a Fulani person. And there are certain candidates that are Hausa. Now you have more of a Hausa identity beginning to come out. And in terms of numbers, there are 5 million Fulani. There are many more millions of Hausa and Hausa-speaking northerners. And so maybe that's a game that he might want to play. But when I think about the political figures that are Hausa, there are not too many of them, but you bet that anybody who has ever been a governor in Zamfara is Hausa, because the Hausas dominated the politics of Zamfara. And in fact, one of the last defense ministers, I forget whether it was the Minister for State or the substantive minister, was actually the former governor of Zamfara. So that might be the politics he wants to play, but he will still have to deal with the baggage of a Muslim ticket and the discontent or the accusations that he still needs to address, that yes, we have insecurity, but it feels to Christians as if there's an element of Christian genocide at play. So he will have to be explaining all those issues. He will have to explain to people why they should trust him when he did nothing in his first term to address that and to create a country where nobody would even be thinking of anything of that nature, because security would have been completely addressed. And so Tinubu does have a problem. I don't think anybody adds anything to him. I think he has Shettima. He probably should just continue to carry that cross, so to speak, because I'm not sure anything else pays him. He will not do the obvious, which is bring a northern Christian. That's not in his nature. And it might not even pay him in terms of votes in the north. A lot of the northern Christian votes he might be banking on are votes that are more likely to go to a Peter Obi than to a Tinubu, because the northern Christian vote is a vote that understands that, look, while we know that our northern brothers that are Muslim are also being impacted, our communities are being destroyed, we are in IDP camps, and nobody is talking to us, and we might have more trust in somebody that we believe empathizes with our situation, and somebody who has shown complete insensitivity to the religious issues in the country, and their ticket reflects that. With regards to Peter Obi moving to the NDC, I don't think this marks the end of the possibility that there could be a single opposition candidate. I don't think so. At the end of the day, the reality is that the ADC was Atiku's party. David Mark was just holding that party. He was a placeholder for Atiku. And so my guess is that Peter Obi probably looked at the situation and realized that there was no way he was ever going to win a primary within ADC. Remember, they had their convention a few weeks ago. That convention, which has now kind of been ratified by the Supreme Court, is now recognized, means that the entire party structure in ADC are people who are loyal to Atiku. And whoever controls the party controls what happens in the primaries. And my guess is that, perhaps what Peter wants is a guarantee that, look, I don't want to waste my time going through primaries. In a few weeks, none of them would even be able to do all of this, because you should have completed all your party slates within a few weeks. And so for this move to have happened, it very clearly signifies that Peter Obi did not think he would likely win an open primary in the ADC. Not because he can't win open primaries, but because he's not the person who took the party over. Atiku took the party over. And so right now it's about what do these two men, because in my view, one of these three men would be the next president. It will either be Tinubu staying in office, it will be either Peter Obi or Atiku. One of these three men will be president. The question is, will Atiku and Peter Obi again split the votes? Right? Because it was that split in votes that allowed 8 million out of 22 million to become president. Or will they find a way to work together? And to find a way to work together, they don't have to be in the same party. So if they, as you told us at the beginning of the segment, had a meeting in Ibadan and all the opposition parties said we will field one candidate, nothing stops them from going to whatever party they want to go to, emerge as candidates, come together as a group, and then decide of that group one single party that they would all support, and then go ahead and provide support to that party. So I don't think that political approach is dead. I just think it is a bit more difficult, but it's not dead.
All right. Thank you so much. What we're going to do is now we're going to bring in our viewers who are watching at home and those who want to participate to join us in this conversation with Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi. While we do that, I want you to react to another issue that is going on in Nigeria. That's a case of the kidnapping. That's what it's being called now, of this, I think they call him a blogger, Justice Carter. Let me play a video that will give context to people who may not know about the case. He is someone who's been talking about the activities of the military. He started by talking about the kind of food they give our soldiers on the front. And then he talked about the killing of a youth copper in Abuja, and that led to his kidnapping. Let me play some videos of what people are saying about her.
We are here on behalf of Friends of Justice Crack to let the world know what is happening. We have an official statement that will be read, of course, by one of us. But let me begin by saying we are speaking to three persons now. Number one, I'm speaking to Justice Mark Chidebere, Justice Crack. We want you to know that wherever you are, Justice, you are not alone and you will never be alone. We love you and we miss you, and you will come out better and stronger than this began. You are not a criminal, you are a law-abiding citizen who loves this country. Your wife, your children, your friends, and Nigerians are with you, and we will be with you all the way for as long as it takes. The second statement we want to make is to the general public and the entire world. Since this abduction on the 28th of April, on Tuesday 2026, on Wednesday, we got the information on Tuesday evening, and by Wednesday morning, we were at the FCT Police Command, and we met with the CP. We spent the whole day at the FCT Police Command, and with our private tracking and the tracking of the police, we established the locations of Justice Crack to be the Nigerian Army officers' wives' shopping complex at Sokoro, Also, from the police tracking, the State House Clinic, the DIA, the NIA, and that environment of the military that confirmed exactly that what we were suspecting, that the Nigerian military had taken justice into their custody. And by Thursday, we took the wife for a press conference for the world to know. And that is why today we are letting the entire world know that we can confirm that the Nigerian military is holding Justice Mark Chidebere, Justice Crack. The only offense he committed was to speak truth, demanding for a better welfare for the Nigerian military officers and to call for accountability for a Nigerian who was allegedly killed. Now the third part of our message is to the Nigerian military and the Nigerian government. The counterintelligence command of the Nigerian government must know that forceful or abduction of any citizen under any guise is illegal. If the government or any agency has a reasonable ground to have a questioning of a citizen, you have the right to invite people. He will come, make himself available, get legal representation, and you do what you need to do within the ambit of the law. Anything outside that is resorting to self-help and it is trying to use criminality to cure illegality. We are saying no. We know very well for a sure and proved that Justice Crack is being held by the Counterintelligence Command. But also we are aware of certain shenanigans that when you hold a person for more than 48 hours, you must charge to court. And having known that it is possible that you might decide to use any other law enforcement, whether the DSS or the police, to charge to court. But we want to establish here today that the people who took Justice Cracking to custody, we are putting on notice the Minister for Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Defense Intelligence, Brigadier General W.A. Adegoke of the Counterintelligence Command. Justice Crack, Justice Mark Chidebere is not a criminal. He is not a terrorist. Yes. We are in a country where terrorists are more motivated than our own soldiers. We cannot have that kind of welfare for our soldiers and we keep quiet. We want our officers to be okay. We are not enemies of the military. We want our officers to be treated properly. And if you think in taking justice we will be silenced, then it is a big no. Yes. Because we will continue to speak up. Yes. The police will be taken care of, the military will be taken care of, and all Nigerians must be taken care of. So this is our message. Let the world know. Petitions have gone out to every person that needs to be. The NIA, Amnesty International, the international community. We are calling on you all to know that a Nigerian citizen is being held by the military of the country for which offense? For speaking up for a better welfare for the military and for also accountability for a life that was lost. I will want to pause here and then let others of our colleagues speak up, and then our official statement be read by Zekeri Idris.
All right. You were a former student union leader, and when you look at the political space in Nigeria, people say that it's shrinking. The fact that someone made a video about the way soldiers were being treated, and about the case of youth corporal that was killed, and the story of the military didn't add up in his own view. He was picked up and without informing the family. And Sahel reporters is reporting today that he was tied to a tree for 74 hours. You know, so what do you think about the political space and that these things are happening today under President Bola Tinubu, who was fought for democracy, he was a member of NADECO? What's your take?
Well, so it continues a sad tradition. I remember that my compatriot Showore also experienced many similar things, right? For things that he said about the government, detention, arrest, being taken to court, charged with treason. In this case, my understanding is the military is claiming that he connived with soldiers to create discontent within the system by exposing privileged information. I don't know what is privileged information regarding the fact that...
Malcolm, can you speak up a little bit? Yeah, audio. I can't hear you very well.
Okay, can you hear me better now? Okay. So what I was saying was that this just continues a very sad tradition, a tradition in which rather than face up to the substantive issues that people are raising, governments double down and they try to punish those who are actually speaking truth to power. There's only one solution to this, and the only solution is to push back. To the point you were making earlier, do we expect anything more from Tinubu? Yes, he used to be in ADECO. The reality is, we've seen this happen many times, right? Where activists and civil rights advocates, they get into power, and the very things that they were fighting against become the things that they also then begin to practice. And now they practice it even better because they also understand all the arguments against that particular issue because they were on the other side before. In Justice's case, I want to salute those who have brought his issue to light. And there's only one thing we can keep doing, which is keep talking about the issue, but beyond talking about it, we need to take these cases to court. And so we cannot just be rabble-rousing. We have to be very systematic, strategic in the ways in which we engage with these people. There are laws on the books that don't allow this. Rather than just staying on social media and complaining about it, let the issue become that they are violating court cases rather than the fact that we believe that there's something unethical and immoral about what they're doing. We already know that's the case. But let's turn it into an issue that is now legal. But at the same time, let us leverage every means that we can. And I like the fact that what I heard in that gentleman's speech was the fact that they were also engaging with the international community, engaging with communities within the country. I would hope that they are in the courts. If they're not, we probably should start having some conversations with them to support that process. But the only way to address this is to keep talking about it. Those who took him did not want that case to come to light. They did not take him because they wanted to give him a platform. They took him because they wanted to take away his platform. What we should do is to make sure that his abduction becomes a platform for him that they did not intend. And that I think is probably one of the most effective ways to engage in this particular situation.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's now go to our guests, our people who are joining the panel. We'll call on them and ask them to either ask a question or make a comment, take their best question so that we can get to everybody who is interested in joining. Massacre, let me start with you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you so much once again. Thank you, Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi, and good evening to my fellow panelists and anybody that is watching. I really don't, the question I had, but in the process of his discourse, he answered it. So I think what I will do is simply just commend him for two things. One, his depth of perspective, whether I've listened to him intently. In fact, I was listening initially partially, but when he started talking, I couldn't help but to leave what I was doing and focus because he was making a lot of sense. There was a depth to all the perspective. I mean, I couldn't agree more that the security issue we have, it's a regional issue. And this is what I always say. We are a people. Even if we divide the country, we still you can't carry a part of the country and move it somewhere else that, oh, I don't like these people, let me move away from them. The problems they will have, you may likely have some of it. So it's very important that we keep the perspective I think Dr. Malcolm brings. With society, it's more to do with leaving some of your sentiments aside and begin to look at reality. What are the real issues? So I want to commend you, Dr. Malcolm. I really appreciate it. It's a very refreshing breath of fresh air, so to speak. Half of the people we talk to, they're always basing it based on either sentiment or looking at things at a very superficial level. But what I want to really commend you even more, it's the fact that you've not said it directly in words, but I can read it into The reason why I think you've even been invited, the fact is that it looks to me like you are one of those people that would rather look at the numbers before you make decisions. I hope I'm not wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I think you come across somebody who tends to want to base his decisions on numbers. And in my mind, I think fundamentally that is the beginning of progress. If we in this country, whether at leadership level or even at some level, we begin to look at statistics, look at numbers before we take decisions, I think our decisions will be much more apt. I only hope that not just do what you do. I think you should also do more of how do I call it now? I think more of sensitization. You know that we need to look at numbers. We need to prioritize numbers. We need to make sure that our decisions are based on numbers because you can go wrong as a human being. But when you look at the numbers, for instance, when you were talking about all this. I think 0.75 of 6 million and stuff like that. It's quite fascinating, but I know that by the time you go through all these numbers, the pictures that we will have will be much clearer. And the second thing I would want to advise that I think people like you want to stay apolitical. But I think you should, and I'm not too sure, now I'm presuming things. I think you should pitch your tent with somebody else so that you can help these people do the things better. Even most of our politicians, with the exception of APC, I think most of our politicians just do finger in the air kind of postulations. And they need people like you who would look at the numbers and tell them, oh no, this is where to go. Like, very interestingly, I mean, security will be an issue in terms of the next election. I think economics, I agree with you, will be an issue. But I think there's the dynamics also that you're all bringing up based on the numbers that you're looking at. So just for the benefit of others, let me stop there and thank you, Mr. Rudolph, for giving me the opportunity and for taking out the time to bring out the best of us every now and then. Okay, before I forget also, I hope most of the other people, when some of us come, because I'm a northerner, people think that when I say no, it's not a religious crisis. People tend to think that I'm just being sentimental, but it's refreshing also to find a Christian who is also in the north. So it's not like he's far away, he's here. So he understands that, look, I happen to be in Zamfara for 2 weeks, and it was the worst 2 weeks I've spent because in the Friday mosque, you see 20, 30 dead bodies people bring to the Friday mosque. It's a massacre. It's a massacre that's been happening out there. But unfortunately, I think we northerners, we are prone to being quiet, prone to being very silent. We don't propagate, we don't make noise. So it looks as if everything is okay. All right, thank you. I stop there. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Massacre. Dr. Malcolm, do you want to say something?
I could not agree more with Massacre. So we're very much aligned, and yes, I'm glad that it appears you're a frequent participant in these forums, and I think honestly, for those of us who come from the north, there is a certain education that we have a duty to participate and to let other Nigerians understand the challenges that are taking place in the north. I keep telling people this. I have lived across Nigeria. I have never seen poverty in the form in which I see it in the north. I have never seen just the challenges that the people face. And to Massacre's point, those who should be speaking up are those who are benefiting the most from that misery. And I think we owe ourselves a duty to at least try to understand some of the complexities and the contextual issues that actually impact us. What Massacre said is true. So rather than go to social media, if they had gone to social media and showed those 20, 30 bodies, everybody would know that Zamfara is in trouble. I mean, there was a statement I used earlier. It's a state of war. We've had something that looks like a simmering, small-grade civil war going on there for years, almost a decade. and nobody even seems to talk about it. Yet it is happening. And we talk about many other issues. And it is not to say one death is more important than the other, but the reality is there's so much going on in the country. The challenges we face cut across all ethnicities and all religions. And Massacre, I completely agree with you that with regards to the question of data and its use in our politics, that's actually so GAIN, the Governance Advancement Initiative for Nigeria, that's the cardinal thing we believe in, is that, look, at the end of the day, how do you develop a place if you do not find a way to target your scarce resources to the biggest issues without being able to prioritize? And there's no way we can prioritize. There's no way we can target resources. There's no way we can even understand what we're trying to solve if we do not start with the data. So everywhere you see progress, you will see a people that take data seriously and that take the analysis of that data and the use of that data in addressing their issues seriously as well. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, Massacre. Let's go to Michael. You are next. We can hear you, Michael. All right. You can join us again. Just log out and come back. Chris, you're next. Chris, unmute yourself.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they say two things can be true at the same time. There are some who believe that there is a Fulanization agenda which uses Islamization as its vehicle because the houses, the TVs, the Birions, the Jekuns, they have begun to understand their colonial state in the Fulani enclave, and therefore they are being massacred along the Christians. So when you come to the TV and or the what is it called, the Birions and the rest, they are Christians. Why the Hausas are the Fulani are the Muslims that are dying as a result of this Fulanization agenda? What do you have to say?
Malcolm, you have to unmute yourself. Sorry. No, you haven't.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, good.
Okay, super. So you make a very important point. And in fact, so the first thing that I would say is, if you had made this statement under Buhari, where the entire security apparatus was held, led, controlled by Fulani people, I would have said, yeah, maybe, even though I know that there is no real Fulani agenda, I might have, you might find people who would say, actually, when you look at the security apparatus, it is all, there's so much Fulani there, and maybe there's truth to it. Here's the reality. Under Tinubu's government, when you look at the security apparatus of Nigeria, Christians dominate it. We had a chief of defense staff, Christopher Musa, that was a Christian. This was before he became defense minister. This was an issue that we had to deal with about 2 years ago, because here in the US, they had wanted to designate Nigeria as a CPC country, right? And what it forced us to do was to actually look at the security apparatus. And from defense minister to chief of army staff to chief of air staff, there was only one Fulani person in the entire hierarchy. You know who that person was? The NSA at the time, who is still the NSA, Nuhu Ribadu. But almost everybody else was Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, or a Yoruba Muslim. And so it's difficult today to say that the Nigerian security apparatus that has no Fulani leadership at any level is responsible for an Islamization of Nigeria that is based on the Fulani. And then when people raise the question of, and sometimes I remind people that there are no two people that are natural enemies as the Kanuri are to the Fulani. Shetima is not Fulani, Shetima is Kanuri. The first ethnic group in Nigeria to tell the Fulani that they should stay in their lane were the Kanuris, because when Danfodio began the jihad, the Kanuris reminded him that there is no way you can bring the jihad to us because we were Muslims before, we were a Muslim empire. The Kanuri, the Kanem Borno Empire in current day Borno Gombe is not a Fulani empire, right? So our vice president is not Fulani. Our president is not Fulani. Our president, who is a Muslim, has an ordained pastor in the Redeemed Church as a wife. Our entire security apparatus has Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas in the security hierarchy. There is no way that the Nigerian security apparatus itself is being utilized for a Fulani agenda. It's just not possible. What is possible, and what I believe we're seeing, is a negligence by the government that has allowed elements, some of them mostly Fulani militants, to run rampant and to rampage through the country and to impact communities. And some of those communities that they impact are actually Fulani herder communities as well. They affect Hausas, they affect Fulanis, they affect many people across the country. So I think what we're seeing is a failure of the government in security. And I think the fact that, so a lot of us don't talk about Boko Haram, because the reality is Boko Haram today mostly just destabilizes the lives of people in the Northeast. The conflict we see is mostly the Fulani militant-driven conflict, which is why for us, because if we can't understand why the government is not doing anything about it, the logical conclusion has to be that maybe the government has a hand in this as well, right? So that's why so what you are saying is not without reason. It makes sense. Why are they allowing this? But when you look at the security apparatus, a lot of it is now driven by it's a cross-section of ethnicities, a cross-section of religions. It wasn't as lopsided as it used to be before. A chief of defense staff that is a northern Christian, he was chief of, now minister of defense, and the entire security apparatus from top to bottom is completely defulanized, if I could use a term like that. I don't think reality supports that, but we cannot dismiss the negligence of the government that allows those types of sentiments to be perceived to be real, because they seem to do nothing about it. And we're justified in asking ourselves the question, who is benefiting from this and who wants to leverage this for political gain?
Thank you, Chris. Let me take a question from the comments and then comment section, and then we'll continue with people in the panel. So there were several people essentially asking similar question. Let me find one of them. This one says, how many Christians are in the IDP camps? How many Muslims are in the IDP camps? Who are doing the killings, Muslims or Christians? So there are different versions of the same question. Okay.
So I have been to many IDP camps. The IDP camps in the Middle Belt are mostly Christians. But if you go to the IDP camps in Borno, in Gombe, in Taraba, in Adamawa, in Zamfara, in Kaduna, they are mostly Muslims. They are people who live in those areas, right? So we are in the South. The bulk of the people we see are the folks who we engage with. And here's the reality as well, and it goes to something Massacre said earlier. The people that have leveraged and raised the awareness of the security situation in Nigeria, the only reason why the US is interested is because of the impact that security has had on Christians. So, for example, and so if you believe that the reason why Fulani militants are attacking people in the Middle Belt is because of religion, then the only conclusion you can come to is that Nigeria is actually the one country in the world where Christians are being killed the most. There's no other country that has tens of thousands of Christians dying. So if you conclude that the Christians dying is because of religion and not resource conflict, then this country rises to the top. And here in the US, the people who have brought that issue up, who have taken it to Congress, are actually mostly evangelical groups. And I'm grateful for them, even though their analysis of the situation is not correct. The reality is that the fact that they have raised the issue is one of the only reasons why the government is even paying any attention to this matter. If they were not being, shamed into action, if there was no threat that Donald Trump would come and start indiscriminately dropping bombs, even the meager things they're doing now, they probably wouldn't do. To the other question, which was, who is doing the killing? The reality is today, there's no Christian militia, right? So no Christian is going anywhere killing anybody. But there are Fulani militia that by chance happen to be Muslims. But I also made the point earlier that the people that the Fulani militia are killing the most in the north are also Muslims. So yes, majority of the killers happen to be Muslim, but it's not because of it's not religion that's driving it. There's something else that's driving it. It's resource. It's I'm a landless person and I'm looking for some place to get landed. And in the absence of a government doing what it's supposed to do, I would take matters in my own hand because I can. So yes, if you are looking at, if I looked at everybody that was carrying a gun and killing people, yes, you would likely find, the numbers bear that out, that there are more people who, on the surface, would call themselves Muslim. But the reality is, that's not the reason for the crisis. It's other reasons. They just happen to be Muslim. And there are Muslims who would also question the faith of even those people who say they are Muslims, the militants themselves. You would really question their piety in terms of their true belief and understanding of whatever religion it is that they claim to have. So I think Chris said before that two things can be true at the same time in a different context. I would say yes, two things can be true at the same time here. That on paper there are more Muslims maybe carrying guns and doing the killing, but in reality it is not religion driving the conflict or the crisis.
All right, thank you, Dr. Malcolm. Let's go to Michael to see if we can hear him now. Michael, go ahead.
Hi, hello everybody. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
All right, great. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and wherever you are, it's a pleasure. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for giving me an opportunity to be on the platform today. And Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi, when I saw that name, I thought you are from the Southwest, which when you say where you from, I say, wow, this is a true color of a Nigeria, because I'm from the South. I happen to grow up in the North. I speak the Hausa better than the Yoruba. So, and for very unfortunately that when the whole thing about all this religious aspect comes to light, it's like we've lived in this country, in this place for so long. We don't never have this. So because I grew up in Zaria, Bauchi, Meduguri, and all those places, and I happened to go to Government Secondary School B, which is Chibok. So all those Chibok area is where I grew up. So I know much about it. And when Massacre comes up to the topics too, I'm very much appreciated. Like I say, Rankadede, Barkade. So all those things, I was like, these are the people that we need to speak to the fact. My question to you is, and this is related to me too. When I finished high school, I got accepted to University of Maiduguri. But guess what? Being the fact I'm bearing my Yoruba name, they tell me I cannot go on. I have to go bring my state's origin. I mean, what do you call it? State sponsor. I'm like, all my life you spend here. And that's, to me, what will be your opinion about this identical politics that we play and this state of origin? Is there a way that Nigeria can move forward, that we can embrace each other from this state division where you belong to? Really, I'm thinking that is one of the main basic problems. Because when you come from, you are a Nigerian, you should be embraced, you should be allowed to function any part of where you are, especially when they see your criteria or your background, that you grew up there, you are part of them. That's nothing that, it's just like us, we in America today, we become citizens. They don't discriminate against us and say, oh, because you are a Nigerian. No, we enjoy the benefit of being a citizen. In your opinion, can you speak on this fact that the state of origin or this state identity is kind of main factor that is causing all this crisis? Thank you so much, and a pleasure to see you, Dr. Fabiyi.
Thank you very much, Michael. You touch on a very important point, and on this entire issue of state of origin, it's a topic I ponder a lot. We know what the origin was. We know where it started. It started even before it made its way into our most recent constitutions, right? It started when we were regions. It started when, just before independence, when the regions started competing with one another. And people then started to ask themselves the question, if somebody stays in a place, was born there, speaks the language, probably has never even gone or can count on the back of their hands, like me. I was born in Kaduna. I lived all my life in Kaduna. I speak, as you do, better Hausa than I do Yoruba. I think in many instances I would tell people that I actually even think in Hausa. I know Hausa proverbs. I know very few Yoruba proverbs, but I know Hausa proverbs because that for me was how I grew up. And like you, a time comes when somebody would remind me that I am not a that I am not a northerner, right? Or even though I come from the north. So I also happen to be a double minority. I'm a Yoruba person who comes from the north. So when the Yoruba people are getting together in the southwest and they're talking about, like where do I belong? If I go to the north, I just talked about, somebody should pick a northern Christian. I can assure you that every time I'm talking about somebody picking a northern Christian, I'm not thinking about somebody like me because I am a minority in a minority. I'm talking about a Hausa Christian. I'm not talking about someone like me, somebody that comes from a majority group. But let me answer your question in the best way that I think I can, which is that, look, the only reason why we go to this level of writing our names on it's like going to secondary school and you are writing your names on all the articles that you took to boarding school, is because of the fear, I think, that we have, that why am I training somebody else's child? Why am I taking my resources and giving it to someone else? And when push comes to shove, and this person has to make a choice about where they truly come from, will they say they come from me, or will they say they come from wherever they come from? And so, there are certain things we do that also don't help. We will stay in a place for however long we stay, but when you ask us, where are you from? And again, the country has made it so that you'll be silly to say you come from Kaduna. Like for a long time, I would say, I'm a Kaduna-born person, but sometimes I go to Kogi periodically, right? And so there's an element of, okay, we have scarce resources. Who should we provide these resources to? Should we provide these resources to our own people? And by our own people, what does our own people mean? Our own people, in my view, what that has come to mean is when push comes to shove, when we divide the lines, when we decide that, we're no longer together, where will this person go? And I believe that part of why we keep behaving like a couple about to divorce, because it is if you are with a spouse and you believe that it is forever, that it's you're together no matter what will happen, it's forever, or come rain, come sun, come death, come sickness, nothing is going to divide us. You're not going to be guesstimating, should I put this thing in both our names or should I put it in just my name, right? If you believe that you're going to be together with someone, you will commingle everything you have. We are not commingling everything we have in Nigeria. We are splitting resources. We are, in fact, sometimes when it comes to promotion time, and this is not only in the north, even in the east, we've had situations where there are people from Ebonyi who are living in Abia, who will not get promoted in the civil, or who cannot even join the civil service of another eastern state. And you all speak Igbo. The same thing happens in the southwest. So what you've just described is the big level issue. But when you come down, even to the state level, to local government levels, you will see the same thing repeat itself, right? That we carry this sense of division, this idea that what is yours is not necessarily mine. We hold too fast to it. And if we're going to become a nation that does not waste resources trying to write the names of people who own things on those things, but we commingle things, then we will have to change this. However, that change will not come until we get to a place where we gradually begin to build trust, where we have leaders in place who see Nigeria, an Igbo person who is president and it is not only the East that gets developed, or a Yoruba person that is president and everybody in office happens to be Yoruba, or a Muslim person in office and it is only Muslims who benefit. When we begin to see leaders who treat Nigeria like Nigerians, regardless of who we are, where meritocracy rules, where you can go to any school because you are the best and you are fit to go there, that day, that sense that we have, that we need to keep, dividing things and hiding things because we don't think we're going to be together for a long time, I think we're going to start to see that dissipate. So it's going to take leadership. It is going to take leadership that takes resources and splits it across the country evenly. It is going to take people beginning to see leaders live the truth of everything we say in our pledge, right? That Nigeria is our country, but is it really our country? If some of us feel like, if I go to a part of the country, I don't really feel like I belong. The day that this truly becomes our country, where we speak, we might have diverse tongues, but we speak in one language, where we speak in terms of unity, that day will come. But that day is going to depend on leaders emerging and showing us the way. Nigerians are a show me the way people. You can say whatever you can, we can speak unity and write it down and sing it, it doesn't matter. Until we see people actually act, leaders act in this way, live out this way, and demonstrate the value of this type of approach, I think unfortunately we're going to struggle with this for a while.
Thank you, Michael. Let's go to KJ. You are next, and then I will take one question from the comment section after that. KJ, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you, everyone present that is here. Dr. Malcolm, you are one of my favorite speakers, and thank you so much for the work you are doing, and then how you have explained all what you have explained, especially with the statistics. I appreciate that. But today, I think I have something against you, so I'm going to just put it straight. Now, in 2006, I did a documentary on Dogona Hawa, the massacre of 501 persons. The mass grave is still there. And when a large number of people are killed, I think the right word is it's a genocide, is it not? Now, if that be the report, and before then, there have been other reports that I did, which was not up to that number, but eventually it kept going up until the fact that, excuse me, the one that happened in Agatu, which is the Vidmat village, happened. Now,
Thank you very much, KJ. So there's a lot packed in what you said. So let's start with the last one. Let's actually start with the third one. There was something I said previously, which was that if we were having this conversation when Buhari was in office, it might be easy to look across the security establishment, the army, the navy, the spokespersons for the country, the people that are representing us everywhere, and then conclude that, there might be truth to this thing, that there's a Fulanization of Nigeria. Let's not say Islamization of Nigeria, because what Buhari certainly did was to surround himself significantly with people that were of Fulani extraction. So I would challenge you, and I would ask you today, I don't know the exact names, but who is the chief of army staff? Who is the chief of air staff? Who is the chief of naval staff? Who is the chief of defense staff? When I'm pretty sure that there's probably not one Fulani person amongst all these people. If there is, maybe one. There's an Igbo amongst them. There's a Yoruba person amongst them. You know, who is the who is the Inspector General of Police? It's a Yoruba person. I don't know whether he's a Muslim or a Christian. Who is the Chief Justice of the country? It is, I think, Kekere Ekun. She's a Yoruba Muslim. And Yoruba Muslims, as you know, are a very interesting group of Muslims. In the same household, the father is Muslim, the mother is Christian, and all the children are whatever it is they choose to be. So it's a very different view of religion that they have. If you look at, so when you look at the entire Nigerian, the people responsible for who goes into the army, they're not Fulani. Today. They might have been under Buhari, but they're not today. Now, to say that there is a systemic attempt by a government or by the Nigerian government to Islamize Nigeria and and there's a Fulanization agenda, what it means is that the entire government and the entire apparatus of state, and certainly the entire security apparatus, has been structured in a way that no matter who is in office, you will see that trend perpetuate. That is not the case in Nigeria. In fact, right now, I am pretty sure there are Fulani people knocking on. In fact, one of the things that is driving what is happening in the politics of 2027 is a feeling by some people that they have been completely marginalized when in the past they used to be in significant positions. And it's driving some of the politics. It's certainly driving the politics of somebody like an El Rufai and an Atiku, who are Fulani, right? So the reality is we can't say the Nigerian state supports Fulanization because the security apparatus is not in Fulani hands. It isn't. It's Christians, it's Igbos, it's outside, it's Yoruba. They can't be. Like, where do they have this meeting? Where do they decide on where to Fulanize? And when they're having those meetings, what is the Igbo guy that is part of the defense establishment? Like, what is he saying in that meeting? What is the Yoruba guy saying? Because there's no Fulani person there. So I don't believe there is a systemic attempt. I think what happens is that there are times when we have certain people in power who overlook the excesses of their brothers. Buhari did nothing to address what the Fulani militants were doing. He did nothing. And my view is he probably did nothing, one, because he was part of those who encouraged the entry of Fulani militants, not herders, who have always been part of our communities, but the militants. And then he did nothing for years, 8 years that he was in office. Nothing happened. So if we were to look at that period and say, you know what, we suspect this person, like, why wasn't he doing anything? We would be justified to have those suspicions. But the reality is the structure of our government. I mean, our new foreign minister is an Igbo lady, right? So I think these suspicions are not unfounded. We are a nation where we believe that, when we get into office, we tend to pull in people like us, our brothers and sisters, and we favor them, and there's always an agenda. And until the day comes when we truly begin, as I was indicating earlier, to really work for Nigerians and treat everybody like Nigerians and that we're part of one Nigerian family, we will never get to a place where the suspicions will drop. The only way we can drop these suspicions is when it is the Fulani chief of army staff that is dealing with a Fulani agenda, and then we realize that, wow, this person is actually being straightforward. We need to get to a place like that. We're not yet there. There was another thing you said, which was that the massacre. You talked about a massacre where there were about 500 people who died. I believe that was in Benue. Was that in Benue?
Plateau.
In Plateau, okay.
Dogona Hawa.
Yes. And hundreds and hundreds of people have continued to be killed. I can tell you this categorically, that in Zamfara, we have had situations where hundreds have also died at the same time. In fact, one of the most well-recorded cases of killings, I don't know if you recall one time when there's a sect in Zaria called the Izala sect. It's a Shiite Muslim sect. It is led by Zakzaki. Hundreds of members of Zakzaki's sect were killed in one day. This was when El Rufai was governor.
Yes,
there was a conflict.
Yes. Allowed. Government refused to go.
That's right. And in their case, it was even the army that dug graves, mass graves, and buried all the members of this Shiite sect in those, the army. This wasn't the community. This was the army massacring people. What did they do? I think there was some conflict involving some military, some major general who was driving through, and then there was a crisis. This happened in Zaria. The point I'm making is, one death is actually one death too many. But the things that are happening in Nigeria, these hundreds of deaths that happen, and it's as if we've been desensitized to those issues, and we just bury folks and then we move on. I still am of the belief that it is not an Islamization agenda. So you asked the question, why are they in Benue? I'll tell you why they're in Benue. Benue is one of the most peaceful places where you can find grass for cattle. If I have cattle, there are three major parts of Nigeria that I'll go to. I will go to the Mambila Plateau area, Adamawa, Taraba, in the northeast. Those are some of the luscious parts of Nigeria. Then I will go to the Middle Belt. I will start in Benue Plateau, Nasarawa, because those areas are fantastic. That is where we plant tea. That is where, the temperature is great. We don't have sese flies. We have water. You have the Niger. You have the Benue. You have water everywhere. You have forage everywhere. It's green. You can't drive through those places without marveling at how beautiful Nigeria is. Guess what? Herders can no longer go to the northeast. As I said earlier, if you go there, your animals are suya for Boko Haram, period. Ask any herder in fact, Sambisa Forest, which today is a heartland of terrorism, used to be one of the major grazing grounds. If you go to the Gazette for grazing grounds in the country, Sambisa Forest is a major grazing ground. You cannot, even the army doesn't go to Sambisa Forest. The Nigerian army does not go there. How would a herder go there? So they've lost those places. So what's happening now is they are going to those parts of the country that they feel less threatened in. But these are not empty lands. There are people who live there. They're the thieves, the Idoma, the Gala when you go to Kogi, right? They're the people from Nasarawa. They're the local communities, the Tarok in Benue, in Plateau State. These are local communities that have always lived there. So now you have people massing, coming with animals, some of them being accompanied by militants. And then the crisis happens. And until our government steps in and says this is not okay, it will continue. Why is the government silent? That is what I cannot fathom. We went to Sierra Leone. We went to Liberia. We fought armies. How on earth is it that a group of militants on motorbikes, and many of these guys live in the Sahel, what it means is there's no forest cover. It means even a drone you buy in a store for filming weddings, you can use it to actually track these people. When a government is so derelict in its duty, it just tells you that it's either there is a conspiracy to aid those people, or the government is benefiting from the crisis. And I would have said the government there's a conspiracy to benefit those people, except that this current government is so different from the Buhari government that while that argument might have worked for Buhari, it can't work for this one, because there's no Fulani element that controls the security apparatus. There's no Fulani element that controls the government. There's no Fulani element that controls the articles of spokesmanship of the government. We must therefore conclude that there might be more of a likelihood that these people are benefiting from the insecurity in the country because it is the easiest way to make money. Nobody questions a security budget. Nobody questions, that has to be, for me, that is a major conclusion that I've come to, is they must be benefiting from this because it is not clear that there's a geopolitical agenda. Again, the vice president is not Fulani, is Kanuri. So the geopolitical angle within the country kind of really doesn't hold because the current structure of the government is not biased towards the Fulani currently. And so if the Fulani continue to get these benefits, it must be because those who are in positions of power that are not themselves Fulani, and in many cases not even themselves Muslim, must be benefiting from the situation.
Thank you, KJ.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to discuss with you. I have plenty, but I will leave the rest. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
All right. What we're going to do, we have Ifi and Alkeja, and I will take one more question from the comment section. So there's a question here. It's been a while I saw it, but it's about the population of the North. Do you have any information in statistics to back the population of the country entirely? And I want to expand that question to think about the population of the country. You mentioned that there were 94 million voters, registered voters. And of course, the people that vote are about 21% of that. So is there a way, because we can't seem to be able to have a good census we can rely on, is there alternative ways to calculate the population of the country? Maybe using things like even birth rates and numbers of how many people were born. We don't have reliable figures, or people that are in high school, in colleges, and do extrapolation. I don't know if you have thought about doing something like that with your work.
So that's a wonderful question. So the answer is yes, I've actually done it. Nigeria is unique. We're the only country in the world that has 6 biometric databases. We have more data on our citizens than any other nation on earth. Our PVCs are biometric. There is a fingerprint, a thumbprint on every PVC. It's unique. The accreditation process actually goes through an entire database and ensures that only one of those fingerprints turns up on in terms of being linked to a person. Our BVNs are biometric. You cannot open a bank account. There's no place else in the world where you need a biometric system to open a bank account. Our driver licenses are biometric. Our passports are biometric. Now we have an NIN that is biometric. We have more data on people, on our citizens, than any other nation that I'm aware of. There are things we collect as data on people you can't even, you can't have a mobile phone number without providing biometric information. We have 6 biometric databases. So here's the deal. We know for a fact that there are about 94 million registered voters, because that is biometric information. It can be, you can query that database, you can take that database, we can throw it into some data platform, and we can start trying to find whether there are multiple thumbprints within the system, right? So let's just say there are 94 million people who are registered to vote. Nigerians we're not very different from many other countries. The only difference we have is we, like many other nations in Africa, have a more youthful population, a population of people that are below voting age. So let's even start with voting age. I don't know how many people on this call are registered to vote. So of that 94 million registered voters, I don't know how many here have been missed in that count, right? So what it might mean is that, our registrable voters, on average across countries, what you find, one of the statements I made earlier, is that the voting population, which tends to be 18 and above in any nation, tends to be somewhere between 50 to 60% of the population. right? So let's just make an assumption that 94 million registered voters, if we did nothing else and we said on average 50% of any population is the voting age, and that 100% of voting age persons are registered to vote, which is not true, because here in this panel that I'm looking at, I am pretty sure there are 2, 3, or 4 of us that are not registered. But the 94 million, if I was to extrapolate and say Nigeria is like every other country and roughly 50% of the population are of voting age, then I would immediately multiply 94 by 2, and I would end up with about something close to 198 million persons. Not quite over 200 million, but close enough to the 200 million plus that we say we are. But then we also have the BVN. So between the BVN, we know that there are, when you look at the phone registrations, there are over 150 or something million registered phone users. But we know that of those 150 something million registered users, that most people have 2 phones. So divide that by half, it means those registered in that database are about 80 million or so, right? You can do the same thing with BVN. It's not everybody in the country that has a bank account. Small children don't have a bank account. If you're less than 18 years old, you're not likely to have a bank account. Of those that are of an age that is above 18, let's say majority of them have a bank account. So the point I'm making is we are at least 200 million in Nigeria, and that comes from interpolating and extrapolating across the different databases that we do have. I am completely convinced of that. There was a time when I wondered whether we really were that many. But we now have biometric data, 6 different ones, all of them telling us something different, but all of them put together being complementary in telling us that we're a nation that is at least 200 millions and above. I can't tell you what number above 200 million we are, but I know that we are very close to 200 million and above for sure.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Let's go to Okija. I see somebody joined us AY, but let's go to Okija, then AY, and then if you will be the last. All right, Okija, go ahead.
All right, can you hear me? I don't know if my thing is messed up. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi, welcome. Nice to have you here. Good day, everyone. I don't know. The population you're talking about, 200 million. Based on the last election we had, where we had about 90-something million, and the turnout was about less than 20 million or so. And then I don't know anyway, but that's not my what I wanted to say. You say something about security. You were talking about that the government, don't you think that the government is complicit? It's just that they neglected, because during the what's his name, Buhari's regime, we heard about people who are terrorist sympathizers in the administration. I mean, we don't like Pantami and people like him. Don't you think that they were? I mean, because Nigeria, it could be like 3 things going on at the same time. People killing people, some groups like Mieti Allah and some other people, like they have some agenda. Government, they especially what's the Buhari, he knew about it and they just condone it and it's going on. So that's like, government, it's not like, this like government, if they know about it, they don't do anything about it. They're complicit, they are the ones doing it. They are the ones doing it. So, but again, look, this thing, it didn't start today, but all of a sudden, it's, skyrocketed. All we've been hearing about conflicts in Kaduna and Plateau, Zangon Katafa in Kaduna, Plateau, even during the military regime, we've had all these issues, and they've been like these communities. Gradually, they've taken over their land. I heard in Plateau State, about 36% of the land has been taken over by non-indigenous. So I mean, like, how could that be that over the years, these things, been going on, different governments, Bangida was not a Fulani, Bacha was not Fulani, all those things, they were not Fulani. And then, like, it came to this stage that after Plateau and Kaduna, it has gone to Benue. I mean, don't you think that there are some people also, because knowing that, what's his name, former governor of Kaduna State, what's his name, El Rufai, during the election, they said, they imported people, and then he said something that he knew people that were doing this, and then he begged them not to attack. I mean, like, all these things, don't you think that it's organized, people, it's something they organize, not just like, people, doing something. That's one question. Sorry, Dr. Rudolph, I have to ask a second question. Tinubu, he's a Muslim, his wife is Christian. Benue State, because that's the one that like confuses me a lot. Benue State, Tinubu came into power, and people are living in ID camp in Benue State, and no attempt has been made, to take the land from those people, give it back to the communities. I mean, like, if it was a battle that way, like, people live in ID camp, what would have Tinubu done?
Okay. Thank you very much. So let us start with the last question first, because I think that one is very straightforward. There are, believe it or not, there are a few communities in Ogun State. I know there are communities where there was a time when Fulani militants were attacking those places, where there were displacements of refugees, where I was part of some organizations that actually raised funds to get those people back into some form of housing because the government completely abandoned them. But my guess, to your point, Okijia, is that there would likely be so much of an uproar from mostly Yoruba people that this government is failing them that would make Tinubu act if there were large IDP camps in Yoruba land. One of the things that derelict and governments that just fail in their duty, the only thing sometimes that makes them act is shame. Right? It is shame, because this is completely shameless. You're right. I know those IDP camps because I have gone to them. There are actually a few IDP camps that I work with on an annual basis in Benue. I know them. I've gone to those camps. I have visited with people there. We've done projects in those camps. We've put in solar systems. And it is pathetic what is going on in those camps. These were teachers. These were traders. These were people from communities, towns, cities that are now living in tents. I don't even know if I can describe where they live to. I'm talking about tents. If you've seen videos of how Palestinian refugees live in these refugee tents that are handled by UNHCR, that is where these people live. And they've lived there for almost a decade. And in fact, in some of the camps I go to in Benue, they are also starting to have issues with the local community, because those local communities, even though they are Benue people too, they don't want them to start farming, because they say if you start farming here now, you will start thinking of this place as your home. So it's a double tragedy. And the fact that government after government, Buhari ignored them, Tinubu has ignored them so far. But here is what I learned from working in those camps. Every time I've been to those camps, within 3 hours, somebody from the state government will come there. You know why they come? They want to know whether we're there to do an audit. If you know the amount of money that is given to state governors to support IDPs, you will know why many governments do not want these IDPs to go back home. Because they make money from the IDPs being in an IDP camp. You get dollars of UNHCR funds. You cannot have refugee funds if you don't have refugees. Therefore, we need a program that supersedes states, and the people doing this are not Fulani people. It is the state government of Benue. So you begin to ask yourself, is there an economy that has grown around IDPs? An economy that has grown around grants? An economy that has grown around the pauperization and oppression of our people that just keeps them there? This is in addition to the ineptitude of government, right? Just not being concerned. Because a government that is concerned should want to, the easiest thing to do is to take people that are in camps and return them to their homes. And when you return them to their homes, you know, that's an opportunity for construction, for building, for growing the economy and all that type of stuff. So what I found is there are layers. One is the government at the federal level is not interested, might even be benefiting from the crisis. The other one is the fact that the state governments are now benefiting. So every time we come, the first thing they want to know is, are we working for any agencies? Are we related to, are we there on an audit? And then they rest easy when we tell them, no, we're just here on our own and we're trying to engage with the people and this is exactly what we're doing. But within hours, without fail, they will be there. Here's the other thing I'll tell you. Conflicts are very effective as a political tool. We had cows and herders under military governments. I'm sure you were not hearing that Fulani were taking over Benue and taking over Plateau under Babangida, under Abacha, under Buhari's military government, under Murtala, under Obasanjo. We weren't hearing any of this. But this is why conflicts work. Why do you think we eventually got a South-South president? Was it because Goodluck was the best politician in the country? We got a South-South president because the Nigerian political establishment realized that the only way they could keep extracting from the South-South was to make a compromise and place a South-South person on the ticket with Yar'Adua. And one thing led to the other, and that South-South president eventually became, you know, substantive president, and then ran for office again and won. So the reality is conflicts work. And when you're in a political system like Nigeria's political system, some of these politicians actually foment trouble. Before Buhari became president, I don't know if you remember when he was telling Jonathan that he had to be careful with the way he was dealing with Boko Haram, right? It's not because, I don't believe, so it's not because Buhari was, you know, a sponsor of Boko Haram, but it's because at the end of the day, in our political system, anything that allows you to have the ability to say that you can control the trouble or the violence in your region is power. There are only two types of political power. It's the power at the ballot and the power of disruption. And what this crisis, I think, provides for many of these politicians is access to a disruptive power. I don't know if you know this, but in Dume, one of the two senators from Borno State, many years ago was accused of harboring one of the leaders of Boko Haram, right? That case came and it went. And so don't be surprised if all these politicians from all these regions of conflict, there's no way you will be a Nigerian politician from Zamfara that you will not know and you will not be engaged with all of the militias that are in Zamfara. It's impossible. There's no way you're going to be a politician from Katsina where you will not know the militants that are, it's impossible. Therefore, the question then becomes, what are the benefits? And I think the benefits are, it gives you the power of disruption. MEND was a major, when MEND started blowing up pipelines, you can draw a straight line between MEND blowing pipelines and the fact that we had the first minority president from the South from a minority tribe in the south in Goodluck Jonathan. So what that means is that we have a data point in Nigeria that shows that crisis and conflict can lead to political access. And people are leveraging it. And until our government doubles down and ensures that nobody can leverage violence or political. In fact, I don't know if you recall this, but before Tinubu ran last time, he was holding the issue of a Yoruba agenda as a threat over the APC. He did not join, but when he said Emilokon and started alluding to the fact that it was the turn, and remember, I'm sure you remember there was a guy called Sunday Igboho who was leading a renewed agitation for a Yoruba statehood, right? Why did all that peter away? Why did it go away when Tinubu became president? Because at the end of the day, the way you draw attention to yourself and your cause and seek power, unfortunately, we have started linking it to crisis. And until we get to a place where we double down and we say anybody who commits illegality is going to go to jail, if you're supposed to be the person, the custodian of public security, and you're leveraging your position to divide the people, you are sponsoring terrorists, you are sponsoring terror, you are pretending you don't see terror, you are, taking funds and you are passing it to terrorists. Sometimes it's out of fear. So there are many politicians from many of these places that these militants come from, who, if the part of Zamfara that's in crisis is your zone where you are the House of Reps member or the senator for, what exactly are you going to go back home to do? In fact, many of them are afraid to go back home. And if you go back home, it is not the Nigerian military that can guarantee your safety. The only people that can guarantee your safety are these militants in those areas. Because the Nigerian government has no say. I mean, how many brigadier generals and generals have they killed like chickens, Nigerian generals that have been killed senselessly? If the military can't protect their own, who on earth are they going to protect? So many of these people have a marriage of convenience with these militants. They've given up because the government at the center has given up. So security has to be one of the major issues in this coming election. Nigerians must choose who leads them on the basis of who has the best plans for securing their lives. And what I'm seeing in the polling is that for the first time, security is actually starting to overtake economy as a major issue of concern. And I think politicians who are able to really think to really think outside of the box and find ways to engage, to come up with novel solutions and begin committing to those solutions now will certainly capture the imagination of Nigerians. I have not seen an election in Nigeria where any politician told us what they were going to do about security. All they said was, it will go away. But nobody has ever said, I commit to returning the IDPs. Nobody has ever said, I commit to rebuilding those communities. Nobody has ever said, I commit to trying everybody that was arrested. You are right, Okija. Hundreds of people have been arrested. Hundreds of people for supporting terrorism. Where are they? Where are the trials? Where are the people in prison? Nobody is in prison. So where did they all go? And yet we're pretending that we have a problem. So we need to do something serious. I think Nigerians have made security a political issue now for the first time. And any politician that is sharp and wise will capitalize on that, come up with solid plans, and make that a major platform of the 2027 elections.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Kija. We have less than 10 minutes, about 10 minutes left. So what we're going to do is I will give you a question that I got in a text message, and then you will take a question from AY together, two of them, and then finally, if you will answer a question if she has one. This one says, how accurate are your polls against election results? How accurate was your poll in 2023? This is from Kulata.
So polls are only as good as the data that you collect and the methodology you use in collecting the data. It has to be random, it has to be representative. They are accurate. There's actually no election that has taken place since 2011 that I have not, we've not polled, and that we've not actually successfully predicted. One of the more controversial ones was 2015. So in 2015, we did some polling. And what the polling indicated was that the APC would win, and that the APC would not only win the presidency, it would sweep the National Assembly and the gubernatorial races. And a lot of people thought we were crazy, because in Nigeria, we had never seen the opposition win an election. It had never happened. And in fact, I remember people calling me at the time and asking me to consider my reputation and to decide whether I actually wanted to publicize those polls, because nobody ever imagined that you would get a situation where an opposition party would beat an incumbent president. So our polls are they are accurate. They are we do the best we can to make sure that they are random, and then we have standards for. So you're typically, for a population, if it was a poll that had to do with the whole of Nigeria as a whole, you are looking for about maybe 1,500 to 3,000 respondents to address national issues. If it's things that are more political, then you're looking at a poll that addresses the roughly 94 to 100 million people of a voting age who actually vote. And then in that case, you're looking for numbers in the 800, 900 range to give you a 95 percentile, type of level of accuracy. So those are some of the methodological things that we look at. And yes, these polls have always been predictive of what would happen. I think even without polls, 2023, so the polls predicted what would happen, but you could have also guessed what would happen. What we weren't sure of in 2023. So it was very clear that, in 2023, the only question was whether would Peter Obi siphon votes from the PDP, right? Would Labour, so remember, Labour had only 5,074 votes in 2019. Total, across the country, 5,000 votes. So the key question was whether the PDP whether Atiku would get all the PDP votes. And what our polling indicated at the time was that because Atiku violated a cardinal principle in Nigerian politics, it's not in our laws. I think it should be in our laws, this whole question of rotation. But he violated it. And it was time for the PDP to actually zone the presidency to the south, and Atiku violated that principle. And because he violated it, he lost two key parts of the south that had always been loyal to the PDP, the southeast and the south-south. For the first time since 1999, the southeast and the south-south did not majorly support the PDP. And so that was predictable. That was certainly picked up in the polls, that he violated that, he lost that. And then obviously the other question was, the other key thing that the polls picked up was, the fact that you had a Muslim ticket, and there were many northern Christians especially that concerned greatly. And so, we also had the ability to peer into the reasons why 2023 played out the way it played out. And 2027 is also going to be a very interesting election. For those who think it's going to be a walkover for the incumbent, it's not. Even those who voted for him, some of the things I showed earlier on was that 60% of those who voted for Tinubu think they are worse off today in terms of security than they were when they voted for him. So the question is, what would that translate to? There's a lot of discontent in terms of the economy, in terms of security, and it's a much more open field than I would have actually even imagined before I started seeing the polling results come through.
Want to continue or take a break? You want to take a break? Huh? Okay, continue. All right, AY, go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Malcolm, I would say well done. First of all, I just want to appreciate how detailed you are explaining the issues going on in Nigeria. Clearly, you have a very deep knowledge of what is going on. As regard, you mentioned Zamfara. The disappointment usually people like us have had on this platform and listening to the so-called intellectuals, some of the lazy journalists in Nigeria that don't want to do anything, just sit down on their desks and just spray rubbish. It's very disappointing. When you were explaining Zamfara State, I do explain this thing here, but people will not listen to me because sometimes it sounds like people only see only one part of the country, either their region. Nigeria are very ignorant of their country. I keep saying this. I served in Zamfara State a long time ago. The crisis in Zamfara, if you go to villages in Zamfara, you will weep. From Anka, Talata, Mafara, all those Bukuyum, you will weep. People think the crisis we are seeing now just started like 10 years ago. But people don't want to listen. This is the truth. So when you hear most people discussing this issue in the South, they tend to, probably because it's a dominated Christian environment, they tend to color this thing religiously, and they focus on Benue, Plateau. So even when you remind them, oh, there is a lot going on in Borno, there is a lot going on in Zafra, there is a lot going on in Katsina, there is a lot going on in Niger, people are not interested. It is a disappointment, to be honest. I don't even know why we take like that. The other thing is, because look at what just happened in Mali, right? Mali is like 99% Muslim country. You saw the crisis. Just assuming 50% of Mali were Christians, it's a different story. That's why I tell people, stop coloring these things into tribe, into religion. I think that's where we are really, really missing it. Like one of the journalists, David Uday, last time he was having discussion with a lady, a journalist on a different platform, where he was explaining most people in IDP camp in the north, from the America data, they are even Muslims. They are not Christians. This fact. But people are not interested. I don't know why we are not interested in fact. I don't know why we don't want to know what is even going on. That's where the disappointment is. I have also argued there is nothing like Christian genocide in the north. There is genocide against Nigerians. This is the best way to put it. I think this wave of dividing ourselves across religious tribal line actually give more power to the politicians. That is why they keep using us. They are doing what they are doing without remorse. They don't even have remorse. They know when it comes to election, they will come and divide Nigeria across religion and tribal line. This is what ordinary people like us are not getting. We listen to them, but they are all friends. Just like you mentioned the security. I know the money going on in the IDP camp. I have a friend I used to do contract in IDP camp. He told me, he said, even if you call him for a contract, I said he's not interested. He would tell me, he said, if you know the crime going on there, he said you will be marveled. So this is actually the truth. The governors, they are not innocent. They are benefiting from this. The security apparatus, they are all benefiting. This is the truth. And one other important thing you mentioned was Nigerian politicians using militias. This is one thing we don't know too, right? All over the country, all over Nigeria, our politicians, they use militia, they use court group, they use all the violent group across Nigeria. If you know, if there are politicians that are innocent of this, maybe it's 1%. Even in the South, all the court group, in fact, if you go to statistics of our politicians in the South, I will tell you without no missing words, 75 at least belongs to court group. They use this violent group to rig election, to do whatever they are doing. So I think Nigeria, we need to do better in coming together because if we don't come together and reduce this religion and tribal rhetoric, they will keep going. They are not ready to stop. They are not ready to give power. So we have to really, really, really think along this. My question before, let me just quickly ask it, but I will request if you can come back. We really need people like you too. We really need to listen to you more, you know. My question is, the first one is, why is it that, what do you think we Nigerians think in this way, the way I just explained now? Even the journalists, you get disappointed. The first time I heard journalists literally breaking down what is going on in Nigeria was foreign journalists in America and one lady in India. And my other question is...
no, only one. We have no time.
Okay, I will just leave it there. Hopefully you come back. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, AY. So why do we think in terms of tribalism? I think it goes to a comment that Michael had made before, and is linked to this issue of why do we even have state of origin? Why must there be a quota system? Why must we divide everything by state? Find out what state you come from and then divide it. It's, you know, I've kept asking myself that question, and this is what I then did. I went back to our beginnings as a country. Because sometimes you will see in the beginning of something, now we're in the problem. But is this a new problem? And what I found was, from the very first constitutions we ever had, right, from the get-go, tribalism was elevated in Nigeria. We experienced colonialism differently. In the north, it was indirect rule. In the south, it was direct rule. Then we started having our constitutions. And when you go to all the constitutions, the Littleton Constitution, the Macpherson Constitution, the Independence Constitution, and then I started looking into what the debates were about in those constitutions. Every single constitutional conference we had, and we've had almost 14 up to date, it was the question of tribe. It was, how is my ethnic group going to be taken care of? It was concerns about, there are these three big groups, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and the rest of us, we are worried, we are afraid. We are Ijaw, we are Efik, we are Ibibio, we are Tarok, we are Nupe, we are Igala, we are Idoma. And we are very worried that these big ones are not going to be thinking in terms of the rest of us. So when it was northern region, western region, eastern, you know, the minorities were all afraid that these big ones, and it doesn't matter how you structure Nigeria, somehow we've gotten to a place where every person, in fact, you can turn every local government area into a state. We will still have problems. There will still be people. We find a way to turn macro issues into micro issues. So it tells us two things. It tells us, number one, that the conflicts are not real. Because when it was regions, right, the minorities were complaining, but many of those minorities now have their own states. And now those states now have minority problems within the minority states. So you go to Akwa Ibom and, you know, the ethnic groups there's one dominating, the other not dominating. So the reality is we've been structured to think too much in a tribal way. The way we experienced colonialism was very tribal, was very different, was based on our ethnicities. The way that we engaged, our founding fathers engaged in politics, was by nature tribal, because when they went to those constitutional conferences to talk, they were not talking for the nation, they were talking for their tribe. It was not until we got to time for independence that they now started talking like Nigerians. But at that time, so remember something, Nigeria is the only country I know of that could have gotten independent in 1957, and one part of the country said they are not ready. The North said they were not ready. And I actually give them kudos for saying they were not ready, because they realized that in this Nigeria they were entering into, they were not as sophisticated as some of these other southern elements. So they wanted to make sure that they caught up. And what did catch up mean? Catch up means, well, my civil service up until now was Yoruba and Igbo people. I need to have my own civil service, right? That's where some of these state of origin things started coming into play, because they recognized that up until now, we were never concerned that our civil service was majority people who were either of Igbo or Yoruba extraction. But now that we're going to be independent and we're going to have our own region, unfortunately, an act like independence that is supposed to bring the country together was also something that forced all the regions to start thinking in terms of their own regions. So we have a lot of work to do as Nigerians. We have inherited this mess. Our job, I believe our generational responsibility, is to find a path forward. We know that this thing we do is not helpful. This retreat to ethnicity. And we know it's not real, because the people who are oppressing us, they are very united. All this ethnicity stuff and religion stuff it's fake. It is the way in which they negotiate. So when time comes to share the spoils, they remind each other that, look, we might be friends and our daughters and sons might be married to one another, but at the end of the day, we still need our own fair share. And so we retreat back to religion, we retreat back to tribalism, but it's not real. And it's not real because we know that there are so many things we do as Nigerians where we do not even remember that there's tribe or creed. If you had a football team that had 12 people called Uchenna and we won a gold medal, nobody cares, right? If we don't care. There's no time, I've not seen situations where, you come to a place where Nigerians really want to win at something and the question we're asking is, where is the person from? We don't care. But when it comes to silly things like, how many people go to this school and how do we share the spoils? Then we start remembering where people come from. So what it tells me is, we know that when we want to win, tribe shouldn't count. Competency should count. We know that as a people. So what we should be fighting for is a political system and a political space, but most especially leaders who will take us to a place where we will begin to be able to demonstrate that here is, in theory, what happens when competency rather than tribe or religion is put into office and is allowed to dictate what happens. And I believe that when we begin to see that, in the same way we've seen it in sports, in the same way we've seen it in music, we claim all these musicians, we don't care where they're from, we blow them up, we're proud of them. We're proud of them in sports. We need to be proud of that in our politics. We need to show that example. And once we've shown it, I think it will become easier for us to then begin to engage and tell ourselves, you know what, maybe our constitution should begin to reflect the type of Nigeria that we need to birth. But the reality is that we still have a long way to go before we get there.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. The last question will come from Ify. Ify, go ahead.
Dr. Fabiyi, good evening. Good to see you again. I know we don't have time, but you have spoken very, very well. And I listened to you right from the beginning because I look forward to listening to you. First of all, I will say that Nigeria is a complex country. You can't tell me anything other than that. The things that is happening in our country, I can't think of any other country in this world that the same thing is happening and the same country still exists. We call ourselves a democratic nation, but sometimes I doubt if we even practice democracy because of the things that happen in Nigeria. You've talked about tribe, you've talked about bandits. 2 weeks ago here, I made a statement and a lot of people took offense. And I still say, stand by what I said, and you repeated the same thing. The problem is not about what is happening in Nigeria. I know, of course, definitely, I know, and I believe it's not a Christian genocide. It's a Nigerian genocide. That's what I would call it. But the problem is, who are the people committing the genocide? It's mainly Muslim. I don't know why we can't come to an agreement that this is what the problem is. Again, and I hate to discuss I've said it over and over again. I don't like to talk about religion. I hate it because I have a lot of my best friends are Muslims. So I want people to understand it's not about this issue of what is going on in Nigeria is not about Christian and Muslim. The bottom line is that people are dying every day. There is no reason whatsoever why anybody, not even a single soul, is supposed to live their life in Nigeria. We Nigerians are not asking for too much. If you know Nigerians very well, little things we are asking for are the basic things the government can provide for us, but they have chosen not to do that. Instead, they have chosen to, call themselves elite and let other people suffer. I have so many questions. The election is coming up next year. With what happened in 2023, looking at what happened today with Obi and Kwankwaso decamping to NDC, do you think we're going to have the same election or the same result, regardless of what is going on? Because we are not going to have free and fair election. Number two, I don't know if you listened to Mike Igini's interview on Arise and how he was able to punch holes to these electoral laws that I think many people didn't even look at it. And you ask yourself, which other country in this world can have this in their system and it's okay to go ahead and contest the election? We're not even talking about Amu Peter, whatever his name is. We're not even talking about that. I am from the eastern part of the country, and anybody who knows me here will always believe, and I say it over 100 times, millions of times. But when I see people like you come here and speak, it gives me hope that there are some people who are reasonable, who understand that we need to put tribes, behind and move this country forward if we can. It comes to the question of Nnamdi Kanu, okay? I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu, but I believe in justice and equity and being fair. Have this guy been treated fairly? I don't think so. If you have 744 repentant Boko Haram, but you reintegrated them in the society, in the same society, but you have one man who you sent to a different state to go and serve a life term, and nobody's talking about that. We are busy moving around. These are the same Boko Haram who have died almost God knows how many people that they have died. And still, you rehabilitate them and reintegrate them into the same society. What kind of country is that? I know you mentioned that we're not even talking about nepotism. Anytime anybody gets into power, it's just to compensate his friends. Even Atiku said that even if he wins today, he's going to compensate his friends. And I'm asking for people, somebody like me, who doesn't have anybody in politics. I mean, I came here in my 20s, I don't know anybody in politics. I don't know anybody. But I won't have the same access like other people who their father or their mother or their auntie or anybody is a politician. What about ordinary bread seller on the street in the street of Lagos? What about ordinary woman who is selling vegetable in the market? Because every time you wake up in Nigeria, honestly, you just feel like disintegrate Nigeria. That's where I am. Break up this country. Let everybody go their own way. Because if this marriage is not working, I keep calling it a marriage because that's what it is. It's a marriage, it's not working, whether we like it or not. Now you talked about Northerners, they keep saying that they are not ready. But they held power more than any other tribe in Nigeria. And still we keep making excuses for the Northerners all the time. Why should that happen? Why should we keep on, everything is all centered around Northerners, as if there are not other people existing? It's not my fault that you don't want to develop your area. It is not anybody's fault. So I think their leaders can do more, try to educate their people than, trying to hold Nigerians back, all because of Northerners. Election is coming. Everybody's talking about which way will the Northerners vote. They're not the only tribe in Nigeria. I hate to say that, but that's exactly how I feel. Thank you.
All right. She spoke for the women that were not here. That was why she's... Go ahead, Malcolm.
Thank you very much, Ife. It's also a pleasure to see you again. So there were a number of things you raised. Let's start with 2020, with the Kwankwaso and Peter Obi issue. I think Kwankwaso adds to Peter Obi. It brings, at least in theory, from 2023, 1 million votes that Peter Obi had no access to. Kwankwaso has a certain credibility in the north that many traditional politicians don't have. The following he has, especially in Kano, is fanatical. I've never seen anything like that before. The closest I've ever seen to Kwankwaso in what Kwankwaso does in that Kano axis might be when the late Aminu Kano was around, the founder of the PRP, and the type of respect that people had for Aminu Kano. So I think Kwankwaso certainly adds to Peter Obi, and it's interesting that they decided to make that move together. Ify, I think the reason why how the North votes has always been important is because the North, more than the rest of Nigeria, tends to vote together. So we've kept talking about Hausa and Fulani. The reality is there are about 80 to 100 different ethnicities in the North. But we don't mention them. We don't mention the Tarok. We don't mention the people of Southern Kaduna. They're very different people, right? The Gbagi, there's so many different tribes. And we don't mention them because even though there are very many different tribes, their interests, they've learned to kind of vote together. They've learned to, they're so intermingled that sometimes it's everybody speaks Hausa, right? So it is until you get to know someone that you realize that, oh shoot, this person is actually Nupe, right? This person is actually not, it's not Hausa, they're not Fulani, we're all speaking the same language. But so there is a commonality that is very different from us in the South. In the South, almost every local government is different. You know, in the same, you drive 3 hours, and in those 3 hours, you've met Fik, you've met Ijo, you've met Ibibio. We're so different. And that difference is concentrated in a very small piece of land. Nigeria has about 2.5 million square kilometers. Roughly 70% of those square kilometers are in the north, right? So even if you divided it based on ethnicity per square kilometer, there is much more in the south. And what does that mean? The more dense a place is with ethnicities, the more likely it is that they have had historical conflicts. And the more historical conflicts we've had, the less trust it is that we have for one another. So by definition, just the complexity. So when you say Nigeria is very complex, I agree with you. There are countries that come close to us, not exactly like us. So in this 2.5 million square kilometers, there are 250 different ethnic groups. There is no place on earth that has that density of people. And if you have that density of people, 250 different ethnic groups, and some people did an analysis one time and found that, yes, if you really wanted to go down to the basics and say, you know, some groups are similar to others, so let's eliminate those ones. There are at least 56 groups that, you know, where the differences between them are not dialectical, where they are real differences. There is no nation, even in India, that comes close with like 1.4 billion people, has maybe 50 something languages. We are in a smaller piece of land. We quadruple, we quintuple the challenges that they have. So the reality is, it is even amazing to me that despite these conflicts, we have managed to keep this country together. And here's what gives me hope. The period between 1957 and 1963, Nigeria was one of the top 6 or 7 performing countries in the world. Our economy was booming. There were granite pyramids in the north. Things were happening in the north. There were textile factories everywhere. When I grew up, I was still seeing textile factories in Kaduna. There was a Peugeot plant in Kaduna. There were, again, granite pyramids. All of us are old enough to have read all those social studies books. I never saw pyramids myself, but for heaven's sake, I saw pyramids of granites as big as the pyramids in Egypt. Nigeria was the first place where we had TV in Africa, the Western region. And there was so much competition because we were regions that within months of the Western region starting a TV station, guess what? The Eastern region answered with their own TV station. The North established a university. Before you knew what was going on, there was a UNN in Nsukka, and then the West responded with their own in Ife. So there was a healthy competition that was actually taking place. We were big enough for that competition to happen. Even in countries that progress, you come to the US, the reality is there's a competition between states for resources, for businesses, right? We've come to a place in Nigeria where we have completely balkanized the country. There are some states that are not viable. In 1,000 years, there is no way some states can get any type of resource that will lift their people out of poverty. So if we look at our history, it appears to me that we have made the most progress where we had a regional structure and the regions were big enough to accommodate the yearnings of the people. And those regions had parliaments, sub-regional parliaments that actually catered to the minorities within the regions. So that the Eastern region was not just about the Igbo. The Eastern region had the Ibibio, the Efik. We had a sub-regional parliament that spoke to the needs of those people. Same thing with the Western region. It had some of the people in the Delta, Edo areas. They were all part of the Western region. They were a minority within the West, but their interests were covered. And then you had, obviously, the Northern region. And, of course, there were conflicts. And most of those conflicts were addressed by people like Joseph Taka and the middle, representing the Middle Belt and its interests, which were very different from that of the rest of the mostly Hausa Fulani North. So the point I'm making is Nigeria can work. When it worked beautifully. Again, I'll tell you, there was a time when Indonesia, Malaysia, and all these other people were going somewhere to learn. They wanted to learn from a country. Guess what that country was? It was this same Nigeria. That's where they were coming to learn how to use palm oil. Why? Because the Western region, the Eastern region, actually, oil palm was a key resource that was funding a lot of what that region was doing. So we know we've done this before. And the question we should ask ourselves is, what was the structure of Nigeria when this happened? It was Nigerians that led this. It was Nigerians that were doing this. We've had a lot of unfortunate things happen in our country. But there is a vibrancy, there's a can-do attitude, there's a belief in ourselves that is unique to us as Nigerians. We know this country can work. We've just had a situation where in the last 3-4 decades, all we've seen is how it doesn't work. But the fact that we're even asking these questions, the fact that many of us are spending a Sunday evening discussing these issues means we care, right? It means we care. And so sometimes, it might be easy to say, let's just go all our separate ways. But there's a reason why we came together in the first place. There were many reasons. We've had a lot of reasons to walk away from one another. But the reality is that I believe very strongly that what we can do together as a people exceeds what any of us can do individually. The question then becomes, but the frustration is, those who are best positioned to demonstrate that to us and to showcase that never get near power. But here is what makes me hopeful. At the end of the day, it is only 20 million people that have been determining our lives. They're the ones who go to the polls. They're the ones who, maybe 5,000 naira can change the trajectory of their life, and they take 5,000 naira and they vote whichever way they want to. What about the rest of us? Those 74, 80 millions that have the ability to vote, that haven't traditionally voted. Those of us here, those of us who believe change should happen. What happens if instead of the 20 million that gave us the government we have today, we added another 40 million, we added another 20 million, and there were 40 million of us that went to vote? It will still not be the majority of registered voters, but it will be way more than we've had in the past. So the truth is, we can actually change things. We can make things happen. And as I said, this is the first time in the polling I've been doing, and I've been doing this for a long time, where security outranks economy. People are frustrated, and even the people who voted this current president, 60% of his voters do not believe he's doing a good job on security. Over 55% of them think he has mismanaged the economy. So there's an opportunity here. And what is clear is that the shifting in the political system is that it can have an impact. If you've noticed, it is very strange, but the government has been so interested in whether the ADC survives or not. They've been speaking to the ADC today, just today. The first time I heard about Peter Obi leaving was because somebody shared a link with me that came from the president's spokesperson, that Obi is a nomad and is moving again. Why should they care? The only reason why they care is because the same polling I'm seeing, I'm sure they are seeing those polls too. And those polls are indicating that Nigerians are open, that Nigerians are tired. In fact, we asked the question, what would drive how you decide to vote? Is it ethnicity? Is it religion? And people say they're looking for competent people, that it is going to be competency and integrity. These are the first times I'm seeing these issues talk. But the same people will tell you that they're very concerned that this might not be a free and fair election. Well, here's what I'll say. Elections, Nigerian elections are very fair in one place. If you've ever voted in a Nigerian election, at the polling unit, we all know who won. If anybody here has voted, we all know who won at the polling unit. Where the magic happens is that when they now do the collation and you see the results of a polling unit you were in, you now see that somebody else won. But guess what? Do you know that in 2015, the APC joined with other civil society organizations and reported the results from the polling units in real time? So one of the reasons why INEC could do nothing in 2015 was because by the time collation came, the results, 95% of the results had already been reported on platforms, including Sahara. Rudolph, I'm sure you will be able to bear that out. So how can you rig results that have already been announced? And if you're a serious party, it means you have agents in almost every polling unit. Why is it that the same APC that used that method in 2015 has never used it again? Because it doesn't benefit them to be transparent. But the rest of us should not follow. So INEC can do whatever INEC wants to do. But if we're serious about safeguarding the elections, then my advice to the politicians would be do the same thing the APC did in 2015. Get a platform, get all your agents, recruit civil society people, recruit people who support you, find a platform, and as the results are coming out, in every polling unit, they're going to paste the results. Take a picture of that result, send it somewhere, and we're collating it. And when the collation results are coming from INEC, we're looking at what millions and millions of people sent to a common platform at the same time, and that would then help us determine exactly who wins and who doesn't win. So I'm actually hopeful that if we do these simple things, that we would be able to safeguard this election, and that all these shenanigans that keep happening, that we might have a way to slow it down.
Dr. Malcolm, and before you give us your final thoughts, I feel like people are yet to, I didn't see a lot of smile on people's faces today. And so I'm concerned about your job, Dr. Malcolm. There's AI threatening jobs like yours. But there's something more important. Let me show you this, and we end with this. I will then get you to give us your final thoughts. This upcoming election, you are doing your polling and everything, trying to find out what's happening. But this is actually what is the real story. God has spoken to Pastor Adeboye, and already the next president is decided. By God, why are you still in this business of finding polling? And finding out what people think and how people will vote when God has already decided and made a phone call to Adeboye and told him who won?
You know, there's a Latin maxim that says "Vos populi, vox Dei," which means the voice of the people is the voice of God. So the Adeboye is correct. The polls are the voice of God. So maybe he has seen the polls too. Maybe that's what he's referring to. But at the end of the day, it is the people that will determine their leaders, and there are maxims that have been with us from time immemorial that remind us of the fact that indeed it's vos populi, vos Dei. The voice of the people is the voice of God. He must have seen some polls.
Any final thoughts?
You know, I'm encouraged every time I come to this platform, Rudolph, because we
sorry, Mr. Rudolph. Sorry, Doctor. Just before Dr. Malcolm closed, he said something that I think is very profound when he repeated what APC did in 2015. But he then closed it with a statement that I want to just correct him. He said it will pay the politicians to do what APC did. In my mind, I think this is one of the major problems with the country. We tend to absolve ourselves. We think that now is the problem of politicians. But I think that getting correct election results is the problem of all Nigerians, you and me inclusive, Dr. Malcolm. We can't leave that to politicians. Just like you said, in 2015, APC used that process, got into office, and they've abandoned it. We Nigerians, and I would want to implore you that I think you are a numbers person. I think the biggest number Nigeria can want to correct is election results. All the numbers we will do as a country will be useless numbers if we can't produce correct election results. And I think one of the things we can all collectively begin to think and want to do is to replicate what APC did in 2015. Not from a political party, but as a group of people called Nigerians. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. I just felt I don't think it's a politician's issue. It should be our collective issue. With technology, with people like you, Dr. Malcolm, I believe we can do it. Thank you.
I completely agree with you. And the reason why I mentioned politicians is that even for selfish reasons, the opposition parties can be recruited to be a part of this effort, because oftentimes they tend to be the ones that have agents in every polling unit. There are about 180,000 polling units. For something like this to work, we need to be getting results from across all those different places. And in the 2023 elections, the APC had agents in 95% of those polling units. The PDP had agents in 97%, and Labour, believe it or not, actually had agents in 94% of the polling units. Those agents were volunteers. The agents for the big parties, APC and PDP, were typically paid agents. But for Labour, it was, so imagine a party that had only 5,000 votes in 2019, now having almost 175,000 agents across 180,000 polling units. So you're absolutely right, Massacre, which is the fact that it is our duty. And I'm hoping that what these conversations will lead to is us forming some form of coalition that allows us to turn this into something real, right? It might be an app, it might be a movement, it might be something, but something that basically says, look, we're going to leverage technology, we're going to use these phones that we will have present. If you notice, they're already telling us we should not bring phones to the elections. And there are reasons why they're saying that, because there's an understanding that this type of stuff is likely to happen. But there's no way, to your point, that we can safeguard elections without making sure that we are the ones that will transmit those results ourselves to our platforms. And then we will see, and that's what they did last time. Oh, the transmission system is broken down, they can't transmit results. Well, guess what? We will help them do the transmission. We will relay those results ourselves. We will see what those results look like, and we will compare it to the final outcomes. But you're absolutely right. It's not, when we can't outsource this issue. We are the ones who who suffer the consequences of fraudulent elections. And the people who benefit from it cannot be the ones who will be the safeguards. We can't put the wolf in charge of the sheep. So you're absolutely right. We need to find ways of first organizing ourselves, and then finding, political parties that are also interested because they are in the opposition and are likely to be the people that will suffer from the incumbency, leveraging the powers of incumbency to rig them. Sometimes that's why they might participate in something like this, but every participant is welcome in my view. But that's a very important point that you made.
All right. Any final thoughts? Or we're rounding up. Let me just add to what you just said. In America, people don't know this. The results are announced by the media, Associated Press. It's not announced by INEC. There's no INEC here. So they actually do exactly what you are saying. And that was how the 2015 election was conducted. We were getting, here in New York, we were getting results from different polling units across the country. Before they could start manipulating things, we were adding it up and announcing it, and they couldn't do anything about it. So it's possible for independent groups to do it. I don't know about the media in Nigeria, but independent groups can come together and get that done. All right, but go ahead with your findings.
Yeah, so I think the point I was making earlier was that I am always encouraged when I come to this forum. We do not invest in something that we've given up on. And what I see every time I come is very deep, insightful conversations and people giving up of their time because they're talking about a subject that pains them, but it's because it's about a country that they love. So, and oftentimes, the idea that, let's just split this marriage. It's not hate that gets us there. It's actually desperation and the fact that we're not seeing progress. So I am very hopeful. I am hopeful that things can change. There are things I've seen in the Nigerian political system that I did not believe possible. If anybody had told me that there was a political party that got 5,000 votes in 2019, and because one person joined it that is not part of a mainstream political process, they would get 6 million votes, I would tell you, I'm not sure where those votes would come from. If somebody were to tell me that we are now in a situation where, an ADC in the polling, was being viewed as a credible party, despite the fact that it had 80,000 votes in 2023, as a credible alternative to the APC and the PDP, not because the party because the party offered any strength, but because of the personalities that were likely to be part of the party. I would have also questioned that. But what it tells me is that Nigerians they're thinking outside of the box, right? That for them, structure is interesting, but that, if you had asked the question before, would you vote for a party that had no structure? Structure being you're present in the whole country, you have governors and things like that. People will tell you no. But people are increasingly saying now that the party for them doesn't matter. As I said before, I think there's a problem there. I want to get to a place where ideology matters, where, the party that somebody belongs to counts for something. But we're not there yet. But in the absence of being there, what I'm seeing is a readiness of Nigerians, probably pushed to the wall by the challenges we're having in the economy and in security, to start thinking about capacity, capability, and competence, rather than religion, ethnicity, and any parochial views that have to do with tribe. I think we're ready. Frustration has pushed us to a point where we're ready. And my hope is that, these conversations and others that we will have will continue to shape, help people understand kind of what's happening on the ground. And I'm very optimistic. I'm actually an eternal optimist when it comes to Nigeria's situation. But what I'm seeing now is a situation where 2027 can really be a game changer in the historical trajectory of our country. And I'm hopeful that that all these aspirations that we have, that brings us to places like this for conversation, we'll be able to convert that into action and hopefully make things work and happen for us as a nation. So thanks to everybody who is a part of this, and Rudolph, thanks as always for providing a platform for us to discuss and share ideas.
Thank you, Dr. Malcolm. We will invite you again when we have the candidates and you do a new polling to tell us what people are thinking, okay? We'll take a break. We will have a few minutes after Malcolm has gone, and we will just touch on a few things. And thank you, Malcolm. Let's take a few minutes break and then we'll be back.
I beg your pardon.
All right, welcome back. Where is everybody? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate all of you. I hope. Thank you for being here with us this Sunday. It's not easy for people to they dedicate their Sunday to a conversation about our country, Nigeria. I appreciate all of you. Next week we will have another guest, interesting guest that will join us. I don't have anybody penciled down yet, but I'm talking to several people. I saw people that just joined us. I'm sorry I couldn't get you guys in to talk to the guests because he had to go. I normally tell this the guests we have just 90 minutes just to get them here. And so then we say, I have a meeting at 3, I have to leave. I say, okay, don't worry, just 90 minutes. That's the name of the show. We can't do more. We can't do less than 90 minutes. And they end up spending 3 hours. I will hear it later. Sometimes people don't know this. Sometimes the wives will be the ones saying, well, we have to go at the time. And they are here. They can't leave. So anyway, thank you guys for being here. Those that watched at home, those that are joining us on the comment section, please, you can like and share the link or the show so that more people will see it. We have a lot of people watching after the fact, so it's also important that we gave them the chance to see what happened. Jagun, what are you showing us?
No, sir, not at all. I'm listening, and I'm just actually organizing my medicine.
Okay. All right. Obi, I'm sorry you couldn't interact with him, but we'll bring him back within the next, before the election, of course.
I must say, I wanted to talk to him. I like him. He's been around a long time. I've seen him doing some adverts and stuff. It's the first time I actually came across him. And because of what he said, I quickly came on wanting to, I knew he was about to go, so not your fault at all. But I did want to have a one-on-one with him as regards some of my ideas and see how he saw. But good show, and again, congratulations on your acquisition of known personalities to bring to the table. Well done, sir.
All right, thank you, Jagan. OBE.
Yeah, Rudolph, thank you so much. Members of the panels, good evening to everybody. Well, I had a busy day.
Are you back, Obi? Are you back from Nigeria?
No, I still the village.
I was looking at that cotton. It was looking like Nigerian cotton. So I said,
yeah, it looks like how they do it over here, right? I never come out. I don't feel like coming back anyway. If I have my way, I will just chill back.
The mortgage is due very soon.
Unfortunately, the tenants are paying it, so I'm a free man.
Well done.
You have no problem then.
Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. They pay my bill and they give me change.
Okay.
On top. So I stay in my house free of charge anyway. So I'm okay with that. So,
very good.
You know, you have to plan very well, otherwise you're in trouble in that country. If you don't plan well. Yeah. I came in very late, but I just heard the last part before I log on. I just say today and Sunday, I even don't forget, say my guys supposed don't day up, you know. The time is different, 6:30, you are still running around town here. You know, but it all went well. I only heard the last part about Baba has seen the next president, you know. You know, after a coffee with Baba God, he will tell you some things now.
This one was a special phone call.
Exactly. I pray that the what he saw is what we all are expecting to see anyways. I don't know which part of the scene. Anyway, God will help us in that country, I swear. You know, we've been arguing in our local platform here about NDC movement to ADC and NDC and all that. I say even if Obi move to NDDC Progressive Union, we will follow him. Anywhere we go, to make country better now every day. That doesn't seem material. I thought they were saying that Obi was weak. Probably David Mark and all of them, they are also weak now. They couldn't hold the ADC down. Abi? Maybe tomorrow we'll hear again that they're in court with NDC again. Somebody in South, there will be a court case again in NDC. I will know how we'll go from there. At the end of the day, Obi had told us that he will be in that ballot. People didn't understand what he said. They thought maybe it's Okute. You know what is the real Okute? That is how they talk. They talk like they are making some kind of statement that doesn't make any sense. By the end of the day, it will be unfolding reality from stage to stage. We'll see how it goes anyway. It's getting better and it's getting clearer where we're headed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will let everybody say one thing or comment, and then we round up. The next show, follow-up show, will be on immediately after this by KJ. So, forefathers, welcome.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists and to the chat and the viewers. Yeah, I often don't like joining when I agree with somebody a lot when they are talking. Because most of the areas he was basically talking about the data that he gathered regarding the polls and the things that was going on in Nigeria. Towards the end, I noticed that he started making conclusions that I found a little bit troubling. And but because of all the good things he has shared, I didn't feel any need to come and query it on stage. Because I tend to be adversarial, and clearly people don't like that. So I try to avoid that kind of situation. Like the conclusion about politicians having only politicking and destruction as a way, as a path to office, and correlating the Goodluck Jonathan's presidency to mend what was going on in the South. I find that a little bit troubling because it doesn't correlate at all. By that standard, Peter Obi should be president right now, or all the trouble going on during the time Buhari was in office should have ended when he became president. Because after all, that's when men calmed down. So those things don't correlate. I don't know why we reach such conclusions out of that kind of situation when we know full well that the issue, which he has also acknowledged, is wider than Nigeria. I don't know why we do these things. It's so weird. Because if you know the issue is wider than Nigeria, why don't you just remain consistent? Why does suddenly make it part of the way Nigeria operates as if it's something unique to Nigeria? I don't understand that. So that area I have a little bit of an issue with it. And there is this other conclusion that many Nigerians have reached, that the North votes in blocks and the South doesn't. Actually, if you look at the presidential elections, the South vote in blocks too. If a Northern candidate and a Southern candidate are in that election, the South will choose the South, like the way they did with Jonathan. As a matter of fact, Buhari tried to win using the Northern bloc. He didn't succeed. 3 times he failed. He needed the South. So the South is stubborn too. Sometimes we forget that the South can be stubborn. They will keep voting their own. They will not reach across the island until Tinubu had to work with Buhari before Buhari won. The only difference is that the South tend to produce a lot of viable candidates. So they tend to fight a lot in the South for presidency. That is what you tend to see. That's what is a little bit different from the North. And I really wish that many Nigerians know that, because the South actually votes in block, especially the Southeast. If a Southerner is in that election, forget it. And a Northerner is on the other side, the Southeast will vote the South. They don't care. It's just how it goes all the time. And Oga Ike also always say that all the time, that if any other candidate is chosen other than Peter Obi and maybe Northerner is in the election against Tinubu, he will vote Tinubu, because that's what Southerners do. And the North does the same thing. So I don't know why we just get this idea that it's only Northerners that vote in blocks. And even if they vote in blocks and the South doesn't follow, they will not win. They will not win. They will still need the South to win. That's why Goodluck was able to defeat Buhari. So I don't know. Those are the areas I have a little bit of an issue with the conclusion they were reaching. And about the idea that politicians have destruction, they also have power of creation. If you look at what OT is doing in Abia State, OT is doing a lot of good work, and that is a lot of power. He's going to win the election with. I don't even think he needs to print leaflets. All he has to do is put his this. He's going to win the election. What more power do you need there? You don't even need to bribe people to vote for you. So I think we should be a kind of promoting the idea that doing the right thing actually gives you power in Nigeria. Not always somebody that wants to destroy the Nigerian and the Nigerian state and cause problems all the time. That said, I like what he did with the IDP issue, how governors are becoming rent seekers, just collecting UN money. And you see that in Nigeria all the time. Anytime you get an opportunity to make money, they will capitalize on it. I saw it when they tried to do that. In short, they did that with the COVID-19 too. They don't care what they leave behind. But who do you blame? It's the presidency you have to blame. Because the president is the one that is in charge of the whole nation. If he sees that rent seeking is going on, you have those people return back to their ancestral homes instead of them living in IDP camps. It's a stain on the Nigerian image. And the fact that the country is not safe, it also lends credibility to the fact that they should remain in those IDP camps. Because you can't keep going in IDP camps when people are not getting killed. You see what I mean? You can't keep the people who start saying, why are they in IDP camp? Nothing is happening. You have to return them back. So the Nigerian government has a job to do to prevent violence and insecurity in the country, so that those people that are even rent seeking with those IDP camps cannot have any argument anymore. So thank you for that. It's a mixed bag, and I don't like, coming to criticize people that I generally agree with. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Someone mentioned the OT. Labour Party, they have, for those who might be interested, you can get your form to run for president for Labour Party. It's only 50 million naira. They are willing to give it free to OT if he wants to run. So for some of you guys who might be interested, Labour Party is looking for, they are just promoting it now. They're looking for presidential candidate. All right, KJ, go ahead.
Okay.
Where is
offer is opportunity. 50 million, that's all they need, though. It's a nice time to try and implement this security architecture that you have been telling us. So please contact your London-based people. Make them put money together. For that, we need to push him forward for this. All right. Yes. What do you want me to start? I think it was a very useful conversation. Like I said, he has always been one of the people I like to listen to, because he talks and he listens to you, and he still makes his point. So it's a two-way thing. There's communication, there's understanding, there's learning, and my concern, if I had any, is the fact that I generally do not, I feel a bit concerned when people quote data, on many other things, and when the same data is being quoted back, it is being questioned. That's the same reason why I had issue with the interview with David Hundeyin, because here he was quoting data from America, and then the same data is returned back, and he said, "Oh, those ones you're quoting, they're fake. They're not real. They are this, like that." You see, because I realized that some of us went to school, and we were taught by professors. Today, some of us have almost the same qualification with those ones. Whilst they were teaching us, and we write papers, 10 papers and all that, otherwise, they don't condemn it. They don't say, why even argue with me based on this? Not me just teach you this yesterday. So what kind of learning have you learned that you're now trying to, question my authority? So, I once had a lecturer, God bless you, so it's late now, when I was doing masters in media arts, and he was quoting from my older book, and here I was having new copies of that same material that is now being taught or used in the US. And I said to him, "No, sir, this thing you are saying is not correct." He first shouted, and they say, "By the way, do you have the book there?" And I said, "Yes, I have the book." And he said, "Okay, bring it tomorrow when I come in." And then the next day I brought it, he said, "This is your contribution to the department. You can now go." So those kind of people make learning very interesting, because they not only encourage you to go outside of what they're teaching you, but they also encourage you to be more, to press in when you have an idea that they think doesn't go what they have. Statistically, like he said, if I was in Obi's team, I will go take what this guy have said, because there's so much he said. Now, the people who are going to turn around this election is going to be the youth. If you now, and then he said there's a 10 million people voting, so 10 million people who are undecided. Those 10 million undecided people are going to be our target. We'll go out, and those 10 million people are who? Because he narrowed it down, as I can even narrow it down further. People who are disgruntled with the system. Tax first. security second, then the hardship of the economy third. These ones have not been voting. They will need a catalyst that will bring them out. And with that same mindset of anger, they will go for full force to make a change, the desired change that we all are looking for. But if they fail to use some of these statistics that are out there, it may be a very difficult situation for any opposition party to take over, because these people are already bantering figures to say they already have 25 million people registered. That is, if they want to rig tomorrow, you can't question them, because you see they've already been telling you that we have 25 million people, we have 15 million people registered, we have this, that. So the opposition have to be deliberate, systematic, and very cunning also, just like they've displayed so far. I like so far the game they have been playing. I hope they still have some, war chest in their chest, because I don't think it's over yet. You see, when a people begins to try to beat the government, you see that sometimes when we talk, people think we don't like Nigeria. No, it's when a system is set up for failure. How then? And we've been failing over time. Look at what he said, and which is true. People came to this country to come and take palm oil, learn how to plant it, learn how to even improve it, and then they go, and we don't have anyone to show. There used to be times when if you go to you go to the west, you see rubber trees stretching out even all the way to the east. Where are those trees now? Where are the cocoa? Where are all those things? And nobody is saying anything about it. Nobody is even saying, where is this cocoa? Why have they all gone? Why don't we even have cocoa anymore? Nobody. We are all concerned about how we can continuously to milk from the system, carry whatever we can carry, drive the best cars. Because I don't know why Nigerians are obsessed by cars. For crying out loud. Why are they so obsessed by cars? To the point that the latest vehicles, before it's even dropped in the factory, you see a governor, or if sometimes even a local government chairman using it. What is wrong with us?
So they cannot press.
And you are driving it along poor people, you pass them along the road, they are going to a farm, carrying their hoe and cutlasses on their head, going to the farm. You don't ever think of how to mechanize those farms so that they can produce more. I thought that economy tells you that, when the word of God said that if somebody is producing, you give the person guidelines so I can produce more. Those things will have been very effective if that's how our leaders think. But they don't think that way. So we must change to a system where people can think. Thinking is what changes a human being from being animals to human. If we don't think, if we don't reason, we will just become like any other animal out there. And I don't see how I can go to sleep knowing that my next door neighbor, they are not sleeping because they don't have food to eat. And I have everything. I have solar, I have everything. I have cars, I have megad, or rather security men. I have food that I'm even throwing away. I have so much that I even have dogs, maybe 10. I'm feeding them. But in my immediate community, people are not eating. Hey, I don't know how those people sleep. I still want to fathom, how do they sleep? You build your fence to the high heavens, nobody can even see you. And you lock yourself in, become a prisoner because of your money. But if you spread that money around, you will be more free because the people will protect you. My brother, I think I learned a lot, and I thank him for coming. Thank you for also bringing him in. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, KJ. Massacre.
All right, Mr. Rudolph. I won't have much comments, but to really thank you, I appreciate you for bringing such. I won't use the word wonderful, but I think he was a good guest. His perspective was deep. He doesn't look at things from a very superficial point. And one of the things that gladdened my heart with, he's a Christian, and he is in the north, but he was able to rise above his sentiment. And I'm sure a lot of the people around him would share the opposite sentiment of, like, look, you need to look deeper than what the issues are. And he seems to be somebody who, when he's calling Gazette of 1970 something of these grazing grounds, he makes me want to believe him. Let's put it that way. He comes across as a bit authentic, not that he's just talking out of nowhere. But of course, we're all human beings. There are things he said I didn't totally agree with, but generally, I believe his perspectives are deep enough for you to want to believe. And I think I like the fact that he's showing the example or the what's the word now? That he's charting the route that I think we black people should also begin to chart of data. You know, you have to base your decisions on some, you know, not just numbers, but you have to do some digging for you to a conclusion. But bottom line, Mr. Rudolph, thank you for bringing such a guest. It was very refreshing. You find it difficult not to listen to him intently.
All right, thank you, Master. That's our goal here. And if you know anybody who would be interesting for us to have, and you have the contact, you can send to me. I'm always looking for new people, and we reach out to them. If you have their contact, it makes it easier. You know, a lot of people say no to us, some people say yes, and we bring them when they want to. Chris.
All right.
Yes. Yes. I think he comes across as somebody who is interesting. I like the way he defended his thoughts. However, some of his thoughts are not, if you interrogate it further, you realize that he will have a problem defending them. For instance, when he says there's no Fulani agenda, then you look at the vision of their forefathers and look at the method of migration in today's Fulani, their method of migration today. Then you'll be asking, why are they migrating in mass? You know, migration is supposed to be individual thing and not a mass. You know, you load a truckload of young able men and dump them in one place, in one forest. What are you trying to achieve? Then the second thing I wanted to interrogate, I would have loved to interrogate him, is like when he says ethnicity, you know, this ethnicity issue. Does he realize that the problem you have is the culture, the cultural diversity? You know, that none of these ethnic nationality want to give up their culture. And so when you start having cultural clashes, it's likely to have, you know, bring all this disagreement that people do have. No one culture wants to be dominated by the other. And therefore, every nation, every nationality, every ethnicity want to maintain its own culture. And again, you know, like he said, although I agree with him when he said that, you know, that we don't have 250 ethnicity, because most of these things they call ethnicity are just mere dialects, you know, because there are values that you use to determine ethnicity. And once these values are the same, then you have to place them in one box. So these are the things I would have loved to interrogate further with him. But like I said, I like the way he tried to defend his thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Let's go to, let me skip Okija now and go to Jagun. Jagun, what's your take? And if you can share with us the question you wanted to ask that you didn't have.
Well, yes, indeed. Thank you. Thank you. And good evening to the whole panel. Thank you, Ife. Thank you for being here. Again, a very interesting guest. I'll speak about when I first actually got to know the gentleman. It was a good 10, maybe more, 15 years ago, maybe, that I saw him on an advert, and he was presenting Abuja as a place to invest in what's happening. So this was some time ago. And his style of presentation was to me a bit strange to my, or not strange, just not the kind of presentation that I normally see in the West here. But he was engaging in this, and I didn't know he was a political spokesman in any way at all. But I saw him presenting this advert. And as he did so, it was a long advert, a good 25 minutes, something that I may have just skipped. But I continued listening to him because he was engaging. And when I looked at him again, he was charismatic in a strange way. The way he presented completely different than the way he speaks here in a natural way. So having listened to it, you know, again, these are the things when I was looking at Nigeria for all different reasons. And what he had to offer me and the way he presented it was food for thought. And it seems, and I don't know him deeply, but I think he comes from a more journalistic background. I don't even know because I joined late today. And whilst he's been on the show already, I didn't really engage. I didn't come on the platform. I just watched it. So what I'm giving to you, I think it's encouraging to see these types of Nigerians, as far as I'm concerned. The types of Nigerians that are trying their best to look still at the dim light around all the darkness, because it can't be easy. And in Nigerian that is extremely negative, whilst I don't take that on board all the time, I completely understand it. As much, everybody has a case in Nigeria, everybody. As much as I listen to those who used to believe or still believe in Biafra, I used to go against them. But the matter of fact is, do they have a case? Yes, they bloody do. They have a case. Then if you look at the next level of oppression that might be going on throughout the country, really on the individual level, you know that Nigeria is very dark. So I enjoy the fact that there are those still presenting a positive realm that Nigeria is, the responsibility of choosing positivity with all the darkness that we carry. There is a way. Whilst people like Ife always will end on the subject of, look, let's just play that, man, that she has a case. She has a case to argue. The place is a madness. I'm fed up, is what's being said. I am fed up. It's the whole of my life that has been led in this darkness, to the point when I travel abroad, I'm still carrying this darkness. So this kind of gentleman, whilst I disagree with it, no, not that I disagree with him, I wanted to put to him that in order for Nigeria to make a stand in this world and to really have the correct politics, the correct ethos that is going to carry us through this mud and bring us into the clearing, we have to come into the bright skies as it is, because the darkness is too much. So I wanted to ask him, do we not need to understand that this is not democracy of any sort that we are practicing? And whilst I do not have necessarily a new philosophy as to how governance should be led politically, I do say that we need a break in Nigeria. I don't believe in democracy, even in the West. But in Nigeria, I will go home to vote. I haven't voted in my life in this country. There are people that have a political misunderstanding of what voting is. They don't know. Most people that vote in the West, they don't know what they're doing. They have no idea. But I won't go into that. I'm just saying that Nigeria and I will say this at every opportunity I get, needs not to do 2027 and needs a good 3-year period where there is administration taking place. And that administration will put the whole atmosphere, structure in place that you can now begin your democracy. Because every place is blocked for you to rig, for you to do all the things that we've understood of the mayhem since 1999. So, I wanted to put that to him and see how he tackled it. Because, the democracy that we are practicing now is complete and utter nonsense. It's not taking us anywhere. I leave it there.
All right, thank you, Jagon. I appreciate that. Peter, you are next. You're muted, Peter.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was looking for this. There was a video on insecurity. It was a video I watched some time ago, and it was some guy. He was kidnapped, and I think it was in Ekiti or Shun. I'm not sure. And they took him through the bushes, and I think he was working in a farm, and it was owned by it was a big farm in that state. And what happened was that they were demanding 5 million. His mother paid 5 million, and then they came back and they told him, no, they're gonna take 52 million. No, they're gonna take 50 million. And they said they paid 5 million already. So they said the mother couldn't raise the money, so they dragged him from one forest to another. And then they were talking about 50 million. He was like, how did you guys come about with 50 million? We just paid you 5 million. Anyway, finally, eventually, they left here. He fled. He escaped. Because the guy that they left to guard him and some other guys, left because he was angry. He wasn't getting a good share of the booty. Anyway, so when he came out, he found out that the owner of the farm, the woman, collected 52 million from the state government for I think Oshun Ekiti, one of Western state, collected 52 million to pay for the ransom, and then she didn't pay for the ransom. She took the money. So that means the guys that kidnapped him, they knew about that there were payment, that government was making payment. So so all this instep, and then again there was one was it in Kogi State? There's some guys that were arrested. So they said that the government provided the arms for them. So it seems that there is this. I believe what Dr. Fabiyi was saying. There's this the government somehow working with kidnappers, or maybe they are arranging kidnappers, empowering kidnappers to go and kidnap people. So they take money from state security vote. Pay kidnappers, probably they go back behind and they split the money or whatever. Because how could these kidnappers knew that the government provided 52 million? They were asking for 50 million, even though it was not exact amount. But 52 million and 50 million, there's not so much difference. Even when they paid 5 billion already. So I don't know what is happening. I don't even know. People know my opinion already. Nigeria is not gonna work. What are you gonna tell people who have making money kidnapping? You tell them, they're gonna go to the farm and farm what? Farm gold or whatever. This is the end of Nigeria. It's just that what has to happen. Every state, local Igbo people, we know how to handle. We used to handle our business before. In the olden days, if we have a case of people who things happening that we said let's know how to handle it on the child market. Then if there was too much armed robbery, whatever, one day the whole city will rise up and do some justice, and then everywhere will calm down. So I don't know how to calm Nigeria will calm down with all these with all pockets places where there is no security, because the guys where he was talking about how they escaped. They trekked for days before they could come to where people were living. So it's a complete mess that there is no way. I don't know how somebody will be able to go through the maze and find out what is really happening. So, but just like I told him, there are a lot of things happening in Nigeria right now. So if someone says that there is Christian, if someone says there's Muslim genocide, it's true. If someone says there's kidnappers and bandits, it's true. So a lot of things are happening at the same time. But like all of us know, it's been for years of maladministration from successive government, and then like Peter Obi used to say, the Rudolph, I think he used to put that way, the whatever we did to our society, we're gonna hear the result, one day. So that's what's happening in Nigeria,
All right, thank you, Okija. Ify, you are the last person, and then we'll thank those that supported us.
So, good evening, everybody. Okija, good to see you again. So, listening to, this guy is one of the people that you bring on this platform that speaks very well. And, when he speaks, he's very neutral. He's not, he just tell it the way it is. Like I said, I listened to him, right from the beginning up until the time he left. And I always say I quite agree with most of everything that he said. And I will keep saying it. If you guys want, if Nigerians, let me not say you guys, if Nigerians want Nigeria to work, it will work. It's not only our leaders, it's going to start from us as citizens, honestly speaking. This guy's brother that stepped down that resigned from Tinubu's cabinet. He always said these people in power are only 5,000 people. And imagine if you just bring 100,000 of us, and not to talk of 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. We can overpower these people. We are looking forward to 2027. A lot of people, the only people criticizing Obi and Kwankwaso's movement are just the APC, like Bayo Nanuga and his colleague. I don't know what they are afraid of. I don't know why they always attack Obi. They have all the governors, I think 31, 32, if not all the governors, and they are in one political party. Yet you are still afraid. What are you afraid of? If you know that you are doing so well, what are you afraid of? But anyway, let's see. I look forward to 2027. Win or lose, we have a country, but all of you know where I stand. And I will say it again. We can't use because of one tribe and, pull Nigeria, down. If we want to move Nigeria forward, it's going to take every tribe in Nigeria that speaks different languages. I don't like this issue of without these people like this, you get this vote and all that stuff. It just doesn't make no sense. And as if we are the ones holding you people behind. And just like I said, you've held power more than anything. I hate to talk about tribes, but they constantly shove it on our face every time they talk about politics in Nigeria. And it shouldn't be like that. This same tribe, they have this more opportunity than most of us do. But most of us have take the little and run away and make the best out of it. If you have 20 children, but you cannot educate them, how is that any of Nigerians' fault? How is that any of our business? So, if you are telling ourselves the truth, and that's why I keep saying, divide Nigeria, let everybody go their own way. Then figure out what is going to work for the North, what is going to work for the South, and what is going to work for the East. Somebody posted yesterday and said, that was very interesting. I said, disintegrate Nigeria. Tinubu will be for the West, Obi will be for the East, Wike will be for the South, Atiku will be for the North, and one other person, Amechi or one other person, the person mentioned. If that's the way you guys want to, make it, so be it. And another thing I keep saying is this issue of it is the North time, it is Northern and Southern. If you don't tell me that's the division, then you are not being honest to yourself. We're talking about division. That is division right there. You're talking about the North and you're talking about the South. All I care is the competent person who can take care of this country. I don't care whether you are Hausa, I don't care whether you are Igbo, I don't care whether you are Yoruba, Tufi, Nupe, whatever. I don't care. America is what it is today because of the way they've worked so hard to build this country. So I don't like this issue. You people keep saying after 8 years, these people will go this time. If we want to do it like that, again, I say it over and over again here on this channel, we don't need to participate in election then. When it is the time of the Northerners, tell the Northerners to conduct the election and give us the president and we move. When it is the time for the Southerner, tell the Southerners to contest the election. The Northerners don't need to participate. If it is the turn of the Northerners, why are you inviting the Southerners to participate? If vice versa, what is the sense of it? It just doesn't make no sense. And that's why I keep telling you that we don't tell ourselves the truth. So religion and tribe is not the only, we are so much divided. And when he mentioned the, Rudolph, one more thing, when he mentioned the issue of origin and other stuff, haven't I been saying it here? Can I go to the state, Lagos State, and look for a job? Can I go to Zamfara and get a job in the parastatal? I keep saying it all the time. If all of us take JAM, why would you give somebody in the north 10% and give somebody in the south or somebody from the east or somebody from the west 50%? Does it make sense? It just doesn't make no sense. So until we start telling ourselves the truth and say, you know what, if you want this country to be united, if you want this country to be one, it means that if I go to the south, I will feel comfortable. The Southerners can't tell the Easterners, go back to your country and develop it. If I go to the north, I will be comfortable. The Northerners can't tell the Easterners, go back to your country and develop. Until we come to that realistic, realization that this is what we need to build Nigeria, we are not going anywhere. Let us not lie to ourselves. We are so much divided. Forget about all these things we are doing. Until we are ready to take this country called Nigeria, no matter whatever you want. Even if Peter Obi win this election, it's not going to change anything. He might do better to, fix the country, but it's not going to stop the tribalism. It will still continue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ife. And let me thank those that supported us. Team Majek, thank you so much. Alexander Gomez, thank you for your support. Chris, thank you. Kulata, thank you. Joseph, thank you. And of course, Wachu, thank you so much for your support. We appreciate all of you. Okay, I really appreciate the time we've spent here. Everybody that joined the show today, those that watched at home, my executive producer show, and then of course other people behind the scene who are helping. Thank you all. I will see you guys on Saturday next week. KJ will conduct the next stream, which will start immediately. It looks like he's not ready. So please join KJ for in-depth analysis. I think Malcolm said a lot of things that I think will be useful for us to think about, and I'm sure you guys will do justice to that. Okay, on that note, I say thank you, and we'll see you again next week. And take care, everybody. Oh, this week, Saturday. Take care. Bye.
Bye. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Becomes tolerant.
It will not be because it's direct primary.
What if it
will
becomes?
Never be. I can tell you. We are sure. We are sure. We are determined that it will never be. That we are a new set of people ready to sacrifice.
I am asking that if Atiku Abubakar becomes a presidential candidate here, what would happen?
Nobody will be through. Everybody will emerge through a transparent primary.
Right.
I assure you of that primary. We want to build a new Nigeria. That Nigeria is a Nigerian that will be built on transparent primaries and good election, because we're going to rebuild the country. We want to start doing things properly.
State for their warm reception. Kaduna example of peaceful coexistence across faith lines and ethnicity is one every Nigerian community should study. Today's flag off is a gesture of solidarity to appreciate the Muslim Ummah of northern Nigeria. As we approach Eid al-Kabir, a season of sacrifice, compassion and gratitude through this intervention, we are translating the message of the season into palliatives for vulnerable Muslim communities across all northern states and the Federal Capital Territory. I'm therefore
in the ring and portable fast out of the traps. A couple of big shots from Carter FA. It's a difficult one to analyse, but Niran, do your best.
It's crazy, absolutely crazy stuff there. And you can see Portable resorting to something that looks like wrestling right here. And they need to listen to the referee, and that's where the problem is.
Hey. Get them rice, get them rice, get them rice, get them rice.
Noisy boy.
Somebody needs to hear this song. Okay. Anything where they stop for one country right now, now give them rice. Even if you can't even afford kerosene to cook, give them rice. Hunger the wire masses, but they can't even afford matches. Give them rice. You don't know mockery, you good, may they wipe you 10 lashes. Give them rice. President, the masses are hungry, and also they are angry. Give them rice. Boko Haram, ISIS and bandits, every day they are bombing. Give them rice. Our youth corpus know they safe, yet our we know they increase. Give them rice. Even before the war in Iran, our fuel price they increase. Give them rice. Minimum wage, no free wage, Gary, but yet all the time with the borrow money. Lights in no day, NEPA they use Gen, and yes, yeah, so rock they use solar. They come the bill and say all the leaders for Africa, self the forefathers. Bandits they for TikTok, EFCC, Baba waiting they saw. How many of our soldiers they don't buy? How many of our farmers they don't buy? How many of our fathers they don't buy? Children, even our mothers they don't buy. Give them rice. Give them rice, make them chop, make their mind for day. Give them rice. Give them rice, make them chop, they never see anything. Give them rice. Give them rice, make them chop, them go yeah, give them rice. In fact, I 2 onions make it enter their eyes. Give them rice. Baba wait to be the way forward. To be frank, this regime no they favor us. Giant of Africa done the chopping out, and we give Ghana life but hit 1 kilos. Insecurity you're the 100. Every day na so we dey record deaths. Too many killings for me to bet, east and west and north, to no 1 cent. Welcome to my country where the masses are hungry. They say make we the pay tax. I no go even like on the bill. I say Buhari regime nice sweet pass. Come on, if you talk, we go die, we go die. If we no talk, we go die, we go die. Make I no talk, like a why? You the beat me, say make I no cry, I go cry. Give them rice, give them rice, make them chop, make their mind for day. Give them rice, give them rice, make them chop, they never see anything. Give them rice. Give them rice, make them chop, them go yeah, give them rice. If I start 2 onions, make it enter their eyes. Give them rice. No matter what it is you are passing through in this country, just give them all rights, and definitely they will be all right. All rights and all right.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló fi ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you.